okay though. I'll wait till we have any viewers before talking, maybe. Otherwise, I'm just, hey guys, welcome to DLF Live.
Well, I mean, we're taping, not taping. I don't know. I mean, when are we going to start recording?
Well, it's recording now. So,
no, I mean for
the podcast.
Yeah,
we're recording now, dude.
All right, we'll call it now then.
Well, let's start talking about some football, guys. Welcome to the DLF Live show, everybody. We are starting to get some viewers trickling in here. Nick, you got to be excited as hell tonight, man. You've been watching these guys for years on the Devy Report. Talk to me about who you're really excited to see tonight, other than Corey Davis.
I don't think I have a choice. It's only Corey Davis. Honestly, I think there's nothing more exciting than this, just because it doesn't affect just the players. It affects everyone. It affects the quarterback, and offensive linemen even help teams, and a better defense helps running backs. I mean, it's all around exciting. I think besides my own personal, teams, I'm excited to see where, these rookie drafts, how they're going to get shuffled around. And honestly, I think it's going to be the running backs. Are they actually going to go this high?
Yeah. Hey, Dan, welcome to the show, man. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm excited for this thing, guys. So jacked. And Nick, ditto, man. The running backs it's so weird that in this day and age, the running backs are what anybody gets excited about. For fantasy, of course, all of us are always. And especially dynasty, because these guys are kind of that new toy, that shiny thing, that new thing that we can plug into our lineups. But it's so odd that running backs are the focus of any draft. And maybe it was Zeke last year and the combination of a few running backs before them that kind of brought the position back a little bit. But I'm just like you. I'm really interested to see if the hype actually materializes and turns into anything more than just that hype on draft night.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really fun to see the running backs, front and center again. I think a lot of us probably started playing dynasty football in the golden age of running backs when, you started off your first round and draft with the first round of your drafts were, 12 straight running backs. So it's really fun to see those guys back again. Doug, tell us about what you're looking forward to seeing tonight from the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, this is a defender's dream. There's going to be, and it's going to not just be tonight, but all the way through the weekend. This is going to be amazing. We're going to start it off probably, almost certainly, maybe, with Myles Garrett at the top of the show, and they're just going to keep coming all night. So this is going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, George is back, everybody. We're going to let George take over.
Yeah, that's right. Finally back. Hopefully doing better this time. How's everyone doing tonight?
Doing good, man. We're all excited.
I see Dan. I see Matt. I see Nick. I see Eric. I see Doug. And at some point, we're going to get Bill on there, too.
Hey, you remembered all of our names.
Well, I was actually just reading the bottom part. I don't actually know any of your names. Yeah.
I was on Romper Room there for a second. Are you guys old enough to remember Romper Room?
My mom talked about it.
So,
I can call my grandfather. He might know.
Where's Latin when I need him? I need an old guy to talk to about this.
I have no idea. I feel like you're making stuff up.
Romper Room. I remember Romper Room.
There he is.
That's with the electric company and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Captain Kangaroo.
I remember Captain Kangaroo. Mostly the song, I think.
Is that just because it's a zoo thing? Is that why?
Yeah. Anything animal, I know it. So
I'm sure everyone's stoked about all this football content you guys are putting out right now.
Yeah, this is it. This is the best stuff. Well, why don't we actually jump into it a little bit? Why don't we go around the horn here, come up with a prediction for tonight's draft, and I'll start with Nick because Nick looks like he's anxious to be the first one off the board. So give us a prediction, Nick.
Well, besides Corey Davis going in the first round, I know there's this talk like he's, not a first round wide receiver. He'll go in the first round, but I'm going to say the Jaguars draft a quarterback. They're not happy. It's a new head coach. Bortles isn't the answer. I don't know if they take him at 4 or if they trade down with some teams trying to trade up, but I think they could take a quarterback.
All right, I like it. Let's go over to Bill. Bill, what do you think? Give us something here.
I'm 90% sure the Cardinals are going quarterback at pick 13. I feel very confident that that's going to happen. Carson Palmer's, one leg's falling off. They've been rumored with Mahomes, Kaiser, and Watson big time. So there's connections to all three of those guys. So I feel pretty confident that's going to happen.
All right, I like it. All right, let's go over to Dan. Dan, what do you got?
I'm really excited to see what happens with these tight ends. And if we're looking for something maybe off script a little bit, I'm going to say that 3, not 2, but 3 tight ends are chosen tonight. Howard, Njoku, and Ingram all go in the first round.
All right, well, we'll count Ingram as a tight end for you, and we'll let that one slide, even though it's a little borderline, but we'll let that one go. All right, how about we go to Doug? Doug, what do you got?
I say tonight that we are going to have more cornerbacks drafted in the first round than offensive linemen and wide receivers added together.
Okay. Well, that's a little math, and I don't know if I like math, but we'll go with it.
If George doesn't like math, we're all screwed.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, I'm only drinking beer right now, but Scotch will be an hour too, and that will change my opinions.
You better catch up.
So how about Eric? Eric, it's you're up, buddy.
Hey, Eric Coleman.
Sorry, let me get off mute there. Apologize. I'm excited to what's going to happen with these kind of athletic edge rusher tweeners. We have Hassan Reddick. We have Rivers. We have Willis. We have these guys. I think we're going to see a run on those types. We have the Tyus Bowsers probably late in the first. So that's what I'm kind of excited to see.
All right. Matt, why don't you round us out here? The pick is going to come in probably soon. So it's on you, buddy.
I'm going to predict that we have at least 6 cutaways to J.J. Watt whenever we're starting to talk about T.J. Watt.
I like it. All right. The one I'll say, I'll throw mine in real quick. I'm going to say that 4 running backs get drafted in the first round, and I'm going to say that Dalvin Cook is not one of them.
Wow.
Might as well be bold because nobody can say anything to me now. It's going to be like 4 hours from now, and I'm not even going to care at that point. So,
So is it a lock then? Is Garrett here going number 1?
I would have to think so.
100%.
There's been a lot of noise today about they might just take Trubisky. That seems pretty silly, but it's the Browns.
Well, how about this? So if Trubisky isn't going to go here, where's he going to go that they feel threatened that they have to take him that early?
Do you think he'll trade up from 12 then to come up and get him? I mean, that's been a lot of chatter lately too.
Well, I think he would have to fall for that to happen. It's hard to go from 12 all the way to 2 or even 3. That's a costly move. And are the Cleveland Browns in the position to mortgage their entire future to get the quarterback along with the edge rusher? That's a really risky move. And I'm not sure if that front office is willing to make it.
See, I think it's interesting because the counterpoint to that would be that the Browns have a ton of draft capital in this year's draft, a lot of early picks. So I don't think it would kill them necessarily, but I agree with you. I think moving up may not be their best idea, just knowing the number of holes that they have on the team. And the one other thing I'll add, and I was thinking about this earlier, Myles Garrett makes the most sense. Mitch Trubisky is adding a wine cellar to a really crappy house. It sounds like a cool idea, but your house is about to fall down. It's maybe don't do that. Maybe fix the house first.
Yeah, those are good points, but and you mentioned that they have a lot of draft capital, which they do. They have all kinds of picks all over the board, especially early. But you would have to imagine they would have to give up 12 on top of their first next year and at least one of those seconds this year. And that's just a big price to pay to have 2 top 5 picks.
No, I agree. And I wonder, though, if this draft is the type of draft where we're going to see less teams moving up because there isn't a ton of depth at a lot of these key positions, or maybe it's the alternative where it's, there's fewer options. So you need to move up to get one of those because a lot of these positions, I would say, are pretty top heavy, right? With the exception of maybe running back, wide receiver. But I'd argue that, a fair number of these positions are top heavy, or in the case of most of offensive line, completely light. I mean, it's kind of a joke, but let me ask Doug a question. So let's say that Garrett goes as the first overall pick. Like, thinking of it from an IDP perspective, like, what type of prospect is he? Like, is he a valuable option in that type of a defense?
Actually, not really, because he's going to end up being a 3-4, probably outside pass rusher. He's got more real-life value than he does IDP value. Those guys generally are – the sack specialists generally don't carry as much weight. We really like the middle linebackers, the guys that suck up all the tackles. So the guys up the middle, your middle linebackers, your inside linebackers, your strong safeties, those are the guys you want to covet. Your outside linebackers, not nearly as much. Just because they just don't generate the tackle numbers, which generates the points. Yeah, they'll get you those big kind of those blips on the radar, but they're not going to consistently week in and week out score you big numbers. So generally somebody like this, while it's exciting for real football, not so much for the IDP side.
Well, yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. And let me ask Bill this question. Let's compare him to Joey Bosa from last year, right? Because that's that other kind of exciting prospect, and it's been a year now. From like NFL terms, forget about IDP for a second. Which guy do you see as the more talented player, regardless of landing spot, just as a player?
I like Garrett better, but I was wrong on Bosa. So I wasn't down on Bosa, but I did not think he was going to have nearly the impactful year he had last year, and I didn't think he was going to translate that quickly. And after watching some film on him last year, Bosa is legit. He's the real deal, both from an IDP standpoint and from an NFL standpoint. So time will tell. Right now, gun to head, I take Garrett as a prospect if I'm starting an NFL defensive line. But I would give Garrett by a nose.
Okay. And Eric, let me ask you this question. Thinking about strategy, a guy like let's say it's Garrett or it's a guy like Bosa, do you, in these IDP leagues, do you consider rostering them thinking like the rate of turnover with the NFL and how 3-4s can become 4-3s and players can move and these guys are guys who could become defensive ends, in and off, or in a defense, I should say. I mean, do you think of it that way, or do you just kind of look at the today and now?
I think in IDP, you think in shorter windows anyway. I mean, I know a lot of people look in a 3-year window, and I think that's a good way to look at it because anybody that's from the 6 tech all the way out from the 9 tech has the probability to become an outside linebacker based on a coaching change or based on a trade or based on some other factors. So, yeah, I try to only, especially like I said, from the 6 to 9 techs, only look in the short term.
No, that makes a lot of sense, and let's get back to the Trubisky thing for a minute here because let's just entertain the possibility that they somehow went him first overall. And Nick, you're our resident QB guru, so what would that fit actually look like if whether it's at 1 or he does go later? Like, what does that fit even look like for them?
So first off, you're saying that you don't believe in Brock.
Is he still on the team, or did they actually cut him?
He's on the roster.
No, that's it. Yeah. I'm just saying.
Well, honestly, I mean, you think that's a good landing spot for Trubisky because he's got a really good offensive lineman in front of him. He's got good weapons, essentially. I don't know what we believe in Kenny Britt, but there's lots of young guys. I still like Gary Barnidge as probably a 1-year solid tight end as a blanket. The defense, I don't know. We can ask our defensive crew here how good that is coming together, but they're probably going to be throwing a lot. But he's got a shot. I mean, it's not like you're dumping him in, St. Louis like Goff last year where there's not a lot of weapons. So he's got some supports there, and that's exactly what you want for a young quarterback. Now, does he start right away? I don't know that I want him to do that, but I think it's a decent landing spot. I mean, the division, while it's a solid division overall, it's not like it's a huge, huge powerhouse like it used to be. I mean, Pittsburgh's D is coming back. Ravens D is. So I don't know. I think it's a decent landing spot if he goes there.
Yeah, I mean, and they've been building that offensive lineup a little bit. I mean, they were a terrible offensive line last year, and it seems like they're at least trying to make that a little bit better. And hopefully, whether it's Trubisky or they go with a different quarterback, that they actually can maybe put a few more pieces there to give them the time. And I mean, let me switch over to Dan. Let's say they get a guy like Trubisky or somebody else. Do you put Kessler in to kind of start the season, or do you consider putting whether it's Trubisky or Watson or Kaiser, whoever it is that they want to kind of be that guy to kind of be the face of the quarterback position? do you throw him in right away, or are you more on the side of wait a little bit? This team's not going to be good anyway.
I've always been a fan of allowing a quarterback to sit and learn under a veteran. The problem here is the Browns don't have one. They don't have somebody that can fill that role and be a leader. And let's be honest, this coaching staff, the general manager, the entire front office, they're all on a short leash. They've already been there for a little while now, haven't had any success at all. And if they're going to tie their future to a quarterback, they are going to throw them to the wolves right away and see what they have, because that leash isn't going to be all that long.
Yeah, and it's tough because we've seen enough examples, and the first one I think of is David Carr, where he went to a really rough team, and it was just a case where he just started getting hit a lot and became kind of shell-shocked. And so that's where I'm a little concerned with that, because if it was maybe, to Bill talking about the Cardinals getting a quarterback, if Palmer got hurt, I wouldn't feel, too worried about putting in a rookie as far as his development, but I'd be more worried for someone else. So it looks like the first pick is coming, guys. It seems like it's the guy we expected. It's Myles Garrett. And we've kind of talked about it a little bit, but I'm going to go to you here, Doug. How do you see the fit in that defense? Because it seems like they need a lot of help. And I mean, whether you're looking at it from an IDP perspective or even those who still play team defense.
Yeah, he's a nice pick for if you're playing team defense. He's obviously a real nice pick for on the NFL side. He's going to fit nicely. He's going to give them that outside pass rush that they needed. They got a guy last year in what is his name? Ogunjobi. That gave them a real nice pass rush on the outside, along with Carl Nassib. He's just a step above those guys. So that plus with Danny Shelton in the middle on the defense playing defensive tackle. And that gives them, some really good players on those first two levels. Now they can concentrate on getting some safeties, getting some cornerbacks, and really kind of solidifying the back end. He's gonna solidify the front end there for them. In terms of the IDP, yeah, like we said before, it's a bit of a roll of the dice with the edge guys, but I think that they're going to. If you're going to roll the dice on an edge guy, this is going to be the guy that you're going to take a chance on. If you took a chance on Jadeveon Clowney a couple of years back, you're going to take the same type of chance here on Garrett.
Hey, Doug, I got a question for you, just because I don't play IDP and I don't know how this is really going to affect other numbers. So Myles Garrett, he's going to play right away, I would assume. Where he's inserted into that defense, is there going to be any other players that their numbers are going to go way up? That's a guy you should go and get. That's a value right now you can trade for, and they're going to be, underrated.
That's an excellent question. Yeah, their middle linebackers, whoever's going to be manning the middle for them this year, whether that's Christian Kirksey or if they go get another young guy like a Reuben Foster or a Hassan Reddick this year, that's going to be the guy you really want to target, because Garrett's going to take the pressure off of them. He's going to draw the attention, going to leave the middle linebackers free, that they can go up, fill gaps, suck up tackles.
So just to remind kind of anyone viewing this, we do have the YouTube chat available, and we're going to be monitoring that. So you can feel free to ask any questions you want, whether it's about these picks, whether it's about other topics, rookies, veterans, anything else you want to look at. So we're definitely happy to take those, and we'll be jumping to that throughout the evening. So make sure to do that. So let's get back to Myles Garrett here for a second. And I'm going to go to Bill here. And we kind of addressed, some of the people it helps. Obviously, it helps the defense as a whole. Do you think it has any effect on the offense in terms of the ability to create turnovers, the ability to maybe shorten the field a bit for them? Does that, is that something that resonates to you a little bit?
It does. It's going to be a slow trickle with them, though. One piece isn't going to turn it around. Game script oftentimes changes your offense. When you can have an improved defense, that's going to change how you call an offensive game for sure. I just wanted to point out that the Browns were the second worst D last year. They gave up 142.7 yards a game in rushing, 249.8 in passing. They were tied for the second least in sacks with only 26. So this was a no-brainer. This is probably the biggest no-brainer, highest impact pick of the draft right there. It was very easy to do. He's going to be an instant difference maker. The sack number is going to go up. Is it going to change that defense? Are they going to go from 31st to 12th? No, but could they go from 31st to 16th? Yeah. With the picks that they make today and tomorrow and over the weekend, I think that this is a good young improving defense. I like what they're doing. So he is a difference maker, but I just temper expectations.
No, I think that's a fair point. It looks like while we were having this conversation, the Bears have traded up one spot. So I'm going to jump back to Nick here because Nick's my fellow Bears man, and so is Doug. So I'm going to go with you, Nick, first. Who they trading up for, man?
I think it's got to be Solomon Thomas. That's my top guy besides Garrett for them. You bring Solomon Thomas in, you add him to, your first round pick, Leonard Floyd last year, and that's going to be a really nice combination coming after some of the really, Stafford, Rodgers in the division. And there's no franchise quarterback out there. So if you go and you get, Thomas, that's going to take pressure off of that offense having to put up tons of points. It could be Trubisky, but man, it doesn't make any sense to do it because I don't know anyone else who's going to move up to do it. So right now I'm going to say Solomon Thomas. What do you guys think?
Nick, why would they move up one spot here? Like, is there someone else that wants to trade into 2 and Chicago's offering them better deal? Like, what motivation do they have for trading up one spot here?
I think because the 49ers are contemplating Thomas. That's the only reason I could think of.
Well, let me jump to Doug. Doug, you're another Bears fan. Who do you got? Who do you think they're going for? Who do you want them to go for, I should say?
In this situation, I would say I've been a fan of them taking some type of safety that will cover the back end. I've always been kind of looking at either a Malik Hooker or a Jamal Adams type. I think Hooker was the better fit, but I think they could get him at 3. I don't think they needed to trade up for him. So at this point, then, if you're going to come up to do something like this, I'm saying you're coming after your quarterback. You're either going to get a Watson or a Trubisky, or you're going to go ahead and grab, maybe they do something crazy and grab a Leonard Fournette. I don't know.
They give up two threes, or a 3, a 4, a 4, and a 3.
Yeah, so it was this year's 3rd and 4th round pick. I think it was next year's 3rd round pick, in addition to the 3rd overall pick. Yeah. So it was a pretty good haul there. But I think Dan wanted to jump in.
I think it has to be the quarterback, right? It's got to be. They had to have fear that somebody else was going to jump to 2 and go get Trubisky. That's the only logical choice to me, or the only logical conclusion, that they're moving up for the quarterback. And everybody's kind of talking about Glennon right now. Why would you sign him to that 3-year contract if that's the case? But I think that's exactly what's about to happen. If they were going after the guys that you talk about there, that you guys have mentioned, you Bears fans, I think they could have sat where they were and got one of those guys. They're moving up for the signal caller, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And giving up a lot of those assets, that's a little concerning to me, because they're not a team that's one piece away. They're a team that's a fair number of pieces that they need. And so to me, if anything, I would have thought trading down was going to be the option. But obviously they seem to have somebody that they really like. So we'll have to wait a few moments and see who that is. But it'll be an interesting one.
And it'd be really interesting if they went quarterback and it wasn't Trubisky, who everybody kind of has anticipated being that top 5 guy.
Well, and let's talk a second about the Bears' offense here. I mean, it's not exactly a plethora of great options. I mean, Alshon Jeffrey's gone. I mean, Kevin White and Cam Meredith are probably the best 2 options, and then they signed Kendall Wright and Marcus Wheaton. I mean, not exactly a, it's like the 4-for-4 menu at Wendy's. It's like, hey, it's great, you can get 4 things, but none of them are really any good. So I'm just not really excited about it. But it looks like it was Trubisky, so spot on there. And I don't know, it's an interesting pick, and I'll start with Matt here. What's your initial thoughts on the Bears going quarterback and obviously moving up and everything? We've talked about that a little bit.
I mean, it's obviously a huge need for them. Trubisky was not my number 1 quarterback in this draft. I don't like 1-year starters in college, so I kind of can't get behind that pick. But it's nice to have some fresh meat in the division for the Packers defense.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that one.
I don't understand
Packers defense.
Yeah, I don't understand why you're giving up a 3rd and a 4th rounder here. I mean, I guess Trubisky just has to be their guy, right? Because if not, then why not just take the next guy at 3 and then keep your 3rd and 4th round picks? That seems like a lot to move up 1 spot to me, and then also the additional 3rd next year. Like you said, they're not just not just a quarterback away. So you've now taken away 2 picks that you could have used to surround him with more receiving talent, which they obviously need. So unless you're, like you said, you're counting on Kendall Wright and Marcus Wheaton to light it up this year.
Yeah, and I believe they had either a pair of thirds or a pair of fourths this year. I can't remember which one, but
Pair of
I think it was
fourths.
a pair of fourths. Okay, so I mean, they still have a fourth rounder in there, but yeah, it's a lot to give up. And kind of thinking about it, does he sit? I would assume he sits behind Glennon. I don't know. I'm going to go to Nick on this one. Do you think it's the right call to have him sit behind Glennon, or do you make it a real quarterback battle and you just say, hey, whoever's the best one gets this job?
I think you determined it. I mean, take it like the Russell Wilson situation, right? You have Matt Flynn there. You have Russell Wilson. You see if actually Wilson is ready to take the job. If he is, then you give it to Trubisky. If not, have him sit and wait so he doesn't have the shell shock. But, I mean, I don't think that this is a terrible pick. Trubisky was my top guy for a quarterback by a mile in this draft. I did not like Deshaun Watson. We talked on Philmetrics, George, about his lack of arm strength. Trubisky has enough arm. It's valid to talk about the only 1 year as a starter, but in the same realm, there were lots of reports last year that he should have started ahead of Williams at North Carolina, and some of even his teammates wanted him to start. So he can read both sides of the field. I like his feet. I like his arm. He takes chances. He can make plays. So I don't mind Trubisky at all. I think that he's going to have some learning moments, obviously being a 1 year starter and the jump to the NFL. And I mean, UNC had some solid weapons there, and it's not a super powerful conference. So I expect some learning curves, but that's why you have Glennon, So, and in the end, if this is Pace's guy and he gives up a 3, a 4, and a 3, he's not going to multiple ones, like Washington moved up for RG3, et cetera. I mean, it's not a lot of draft capital. I know 3 and 4 sound good on paper, but how many 3 and 4s you go back and, yep, that guy hit. If he's your quarterback, you had to have him, then you get him.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan. I think you wanted to jump in there.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Nick was talking about there, and he's my top quarterback, and I don't mind it at all. I don't mind the move. I think it's necessary if you call it out in the room and say he's our guy, we have to go get him, pay what it takes. I think it's a really nice move by the 49ers. They're going to get the guy that they wanted anyway, and they pile up some picks, which they desperately need as well. Although I like Trubisky and think he has the potential to be a very good pro, I am concerned about him as a fantasy asset and all that. He has landed in Chicago. There's just not the weapons that you really want to see there. Outside of Jordan Howard, I'm not convinced that they have a real playmaker that can help him develop and help him grow. That coaching staff is young and hopefully they develop with him and they bring him along slowly, because it seems to me that might be what he needs. He didn't land in an ideal spot for fantasy owners, especially those of us in Superflex and 2 quarterback leagues, but he's certainly a guy to monitor as rookie drafts kind of start here this week.
Yeah, let me jump to Doug here and let's talk about the Bears defense for a second here. I mean, they're obviously a lot of what we talked about was they need another pass rusher. They need playmakers in the secondary. Obviously, this isn't a great defense. So I mean, does Trubisky even if he is starting, get much of a chance with the ball? I mean, it seems like he's going to have a lot of long fields and a lot of struggles to even get on the field with that offense.
Yeah, I mean, the defense was okay, but they weren't terrific. They really needed some juice, probably on the back end. Their corner play was weak. The linebackers were okay. The defensive line was pretty decent. But they really needed some help in the secondary. I would have went for a corner like a Malik Hooker that could have erased some sins back there and gotten rid of some things. I don't mind Trubisky. I'm not crazy about it, but it wouldn't have been what I would have done. But it is what it is at this point. I've kind of likened him to a little bit. I've seen the comps to Matt Ryan in terms of Trubisky's play. I don't know how Nick feels about that comp, but that would be, if that's who he turns out to be, then I guess I'm all right with it.
So I'll jump over to EC here for a second. Anything you want to add on the defense and kind of, I mean, obviously we talked about these other players. I mean, it seems like this wasn't exactly the most functional defense.
Well, so I'm going to disagree here. I actually think this defense has a lot of talent, and I think they were injured a lot last year. Are there some holes that need to be plugged? Yes, but I think this is a very underrated defense, and it has some sneaky potential. I mean, their edge rushers are really pretty good. And I know I'm commenting after the pick is in, and that's 2020, but they have Pernell McPhee. They got Leonard Floyd. They picked up, or they had Eddie Goldman, who's killing it in the middle. They got Jonathan Bullard last year. Willie Young's a nice edge rusher. I mean, this front, 4 pass rushing is really nice. And I think the linebacking core is not bad with, Danny Trevathan. So, and they picked up Prince Amukamara this year. I think this defense is kind of sneaky. I like Adrian Amos as a corner or as a safety. So I would have really liked them to trade down and take a corner here from a defensive point of view. But if I think, this draft is deep with corners. So if they can do some damage with some corners later, maybe like a Witherspoon, I think this defense has potential.
Yeah, it seems like, there are certain positions that are deep in this draft, and it seems like, if the Bears are in that second round, there is the opportunity to trade down there and reacquire some middle round picks to eventually, fill in some of these holes that we're talking about. So it's not necessarily that all is lost or that we're trying to paint a negative picture, but I'm going to pose this one to you, Matt Price. Worst situation right now, is it Jared Goff or is it Mitchell Trubisky?
Mitchell, don't call me Mitch, right? Man, I kind of feel like, God, that's so hard. I think Goff is maybe in a worse situation right now. He's going to be learning his second offensive system, or I guess third offensive system in 3 years now. So, I don't want to knock the guy, but he said that he didn't know how the sun rose every morning on Hard Knocks last year. So I don't know. That seems like trouble for him. At least Trubisky can, like you said, sit behind Glennon and learn for a year. I really hope that's the plan for him. I think you should give him an open competition to give him a shot at it, because you never know. He could be just like Nick was saying, like Russell Wilson is. But, ideally you want him to sit behind and at least learn for a year and get him a little bit more experience. Whereas, Goff is going to be thrown in again right away here, and it's going to be sink or swim, I think. Hopefully that new coaching staff can, develop the offense around Todd Gurley and around Jared Goff's strengths. But that's remained to be seen so far. I think Ryan Finley, one of our other DLF writers, had an article about coaching changes, and he said he really likes what McVay is going to do there. So we'll see.
So I'm going to let Nick get the last word in on Trubisky before we jump to the next pick that was just made.
Well, I think we really need to pause and look at, I know Eric was talking about how Chicago's defense is a little underrated. Again, I'm a Chicago fan, so call me a homer. The only other guy that he really missed was, Akeem Hicks is up front too, and he's been really good for them. So, that front seven is, honestly, I think they're top half of the league potential, if not top 10. The back end is really bad, probably bottom 7. So that's what needs work. But when we look at Trubisky and what he's stepping into, I'm going to disagree. Jordan Howard was second in the NFL in rushing last year with 3 different starting quarterbacks, and they had lots of injuries in the interior of the offensive line. Now, if we talk about that line, it's arguably top 5 potential. Kyle Long is one of the best right guards in the NFL. Left guard, Sitton, he graded out at PFF at top 5 left guard. And Cody Whitehair was all rookie. He's a pretty darn good rookie center. He's developing. He graded out, I think, the top offensive lineman. And I think when you look at the tackles, they're not as good, but, Bobby Massey was kind of a flop in the beginning of the year, but he came around at the end. And then, our Leno, he's a little undersized, but he's been decent. So offensive line's not going to get him crushed like a David Carr. And Meredith, I liked Meredith last year. He's been one of my biggest buys in the offseason. And I know Kevin White, everyone's off for Dynasty, but has he failed as an NFL player? He's been injured. He hasn't failed. It's not like he showed up and he can't play. So, I don't know that he doesn't have anything around him when you have the second leading rusher in the NFL last year, a solid offensive line, and actually some guys with size and athletic ability. It's not a terrible situation. Go ahead, George.
Jeez, man, I'm going to put you on snooze. You're not going to be able to talk for 9 minutes. All right, let's go to Bill here and let him have the first word on the San Francisco pick. So, Solomon Thomas, number 1, what can you tell us about him? And number 2, where do you see him fitting, both in that defense, but from an IDP landscape as well?
Well, EC and I talked about this, and Doug at length. San Francisco is changing their defensive scheme, and they had a couple guys that I really liked there in DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead, and those guys are big, long guys, and in the new defensive scheme, it's just not as good of a fit. They need a different type of player, and Solomon Thomas kind of fits what they want to do precisely. And there was a lot of speculation that Thomas was going to go to them. And he was one of the biggest risers. We talked about that as well. He's one of the biggest risers at the combine. He showed a lot of fluidity. He showed a lot of movement. He was very, very good on his feet. And so I think this is a great fit, a great pick. And I think he's going to work really well there.
I'll jump over to Eric here for a second. So obviously, you know, when we have these picks and they're we have 2 pass rushers in the first 3 picks. So let's do a little comparison here and you know, compare kind of Solomon Thomas to Myles Garrett and what kind of makes those 2 guys different.
Well, Myles Garrett's a longer guy. He's a little more what you think of as your 9 tech, your 7 tech. He bends the edge really well. Solomon Thomas is a little bit of an enigma, right? He played inside, but at the combine, he tested like an edge rusher. So that excites a lot of us. A lot of times, basically, the hand fighting is something that's lacking in edge rushers, and Solomon Thomas is going to have a really good base there. I see him fitting into the defense here kind of oddly. I don't know what base formation is going to look like, but we've heard that Eric Armstead has played the Leo, the 9 tech. He's also played inside. He's playing all over the formation. I think what's going to happen here is we're going to end up with Solomon Thomas kicking inside and playing more of a 3 tech on nickel downs, you know, kind of that NASCAR front you hear so much about, really fast guys up front, and Eric Armstead kind of on the outside. I actually like Eric Armstead as a really cheap buy low right now because everyone's going to be really low on him because they're going to be like, oh, DeForest Buckner, oh, Solomon Thomas. I think Armstead's going to be a lost guy in this front who's going to be relatively productive.
Do you guys see Aaron Donald? I mean, again, I'm not an IDP guy, but when I see Solomon Thomas, I see a guy that rose up and is really athletic, a little undersized, kind of like Donald. Is that what you guys see?
I think he could be that. The one concern I had with him on film is he struggled to hold the point of attack. He got torched by double teams, and sometimes when he 2-gapped, he didn't do very well. But you're right. If you keep him on a 1-gap responsibility, I think he can do serious damage.
So let me jump over to Doug here for a second. Thinking about San Francisco, I mean, you know, Eric mentioned a couple guys, and it seemed like safety was another position where San Francisco was kind of being rumored early in the draft. Do you think that would have been a possible fit for them?
I could have seen them do that. Their safeties actually aren't too bad. I would have actually would have given them a cornerback there. I probably would have grabbed Marshawn Lattimore from Ohio State. Would have been the guy that I was kind of plotting to go there for them. I thought he fit their needs a little bit better than Solomon Thomas did. Like Bill and like EC said, he's basically another version of 2 guys they've already got. So what are you going to do with all these guys? Are you going to throw them on the line and just say everybody go line up wherever the hell they feel like it? I don't know. So that's going to be, you know, I'm curious to see what they do with Thomas and Armstead and Buckner, because you've got a lot of similar pieces. So you're either going to need to move one of those guys to a position they're not comfortable with, or somebody's not getting playing time, or somebody's getting cut. I'm not quite sure what they're doing with that yet. So that's kind of a little bit of a weird pick for me.
So speaking of what may be kind of weird picks, so we do have the next pick. It was Leonard Fournette going to the Jaguars. And I'm going to start with Dan, who's been a little quiet lately. I'm going to give you first word on this one.
Wow. What a surprise. Everybody's talked about this for months. Fournette going 4. I don't think anybody's shocked or anything. You know, the thing that it lacks for me is, everybody's going to be excited. All dynasty owners everywhere are going to be excited about Fournette. He's been in the conversation as the 101 and will stay there now that he's landed in Jacksonville, where there's really not a lot of competition for carries between Yeldon and Ivory. Is anybody really concerned about that? Fournette is not Ezekiel Elliott, though. There's a big difference between the 2 tailbacks. And even going back and looking at Ohio State footage of Zeke, they're just different guys. And some of the weaknesses that Fournette has doesn't really make me concerned, but it makes me less likely to think that he is a game-changing, once-in-a-lifetime type of tailback. I'm not in love with his open field skills. He bounces runs to the outside every now and then too much. And, you know, he really likes contact. He's got that Adrian Peterson philosophy, especially when he does hit the open field and that safety's coming down on him. He wants that contact and he wants to run that guy over. And he, you know, don't get me wrong, he's got a lot of really good traits as well. But to pick somebody in the top 4, to pick a tailback in the top 4, you really expect that guy that can change your franchise and change how your offense is run. And maybe the Jaguars plan on doing that with him, but I'm not sure he's the guy that can do that and take over an offense like Zeke did in Dallas.
So I'm going to go to Nick here because Nick was the one who made the prediction that maybe they go quarterback in this first round. So let me put it this way. How does it affect the other players on the team? Let's start with non-running back players on that offense.
Well, first off, George, me and you did a mock draft that we didn't finish, and I had the 4th pick. And who did I have?
That's right. You got one right.
Everyone had him, so it's not like it's a big one. I mean, honestly, that helps Bortles a ton. But I think we need to talk about the running backs because, they signed Chris Ivory not too long ago. They drafted TJ Yeldon. What happens? I looked at their contracts. Ivory they can't really cut him. I mean, there's too much guaranteed money. I think it was $7 million. So he's going to be there at least one more year. And Yeldon's on cheap for 2 more years there. So, I mean, they're going to be there. Their dynasty values are really going to take a hit. You're going to hope that Yeldon can, catch some passes and maybe PPR if that helps out a little bit. But when we look at what Dan was saying in terms of what Fournette does, Fournette's going to need – he sticks with the play design a lot. And then if it's not there, he bounces outside. He doesn't really cut back a whole lot. And that offensive line in Jacksonville isn't that great. Even though they brought in Brandon Albert, it's not that great. So that's a concern. But you have really good wide receivers. And we're not just talking Allen Robinson. We're talking Hearns, and you still have Lee with Bortles. So I think it takes a lot of pressure off those young guys. So honestly, I think it helps overall with that team. They can sustain drives and be in more games.
I think those are good points. And I'm going to go to Matt here. Matt, what do you think of the pick and kind of what are your initial, thoughts overall?
Yeah, I get the argument about the offensive line, and we're seeing more and more that running backs and offensive lines need to be working in harmony. See Todd Gurley last year, but I do really like this pick because of the amount of pressure it takes off Bortles. It's all been on him. If they can really change this offense and design it around Leonard Fournette and just take all of that pressure off Bortles and let him just go back to not necessarily being a game manager, but taking his shots where he needs them instead of feeling like he has to put that all on his back every game, in the fourth quarter when they're down multiple scores. Now, the defense is looking pretty damn solid. And if they can combine that defense with his running ability, just the way to grind out the clock, if they can get up a little bit here, if Bortles can make a few connections and he can reconnect with Allen Robinson, and then they can just lean on Fournette. And I really like it. I don't know. I don't think it's going to change him or move him out of my 101. I don't know about that. What do you guys think about in terms of? I mean, I don't know if you even had him at 101 to begin with, but if you did, does that change your mind? Anybody?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll start and we can kind of go around the horn here real quick. I mean, I don't think he's my 101. I just think that the pass catching upside just isn't there for me. And with Yeldon, I mean, that's a guy who clearly is a better receiving back option. And I'm not quite there. I mean, it could take some bad landing spots maybe, and then maybe he enters that conversation a little bit more strongly for me. But I could see anyone who does have him as the 101, I think that's a fair argument to make. He's just not mine. So I'll start with Dan, and then we can work our way across the board. Is he your 101, Dan, as of this moment?
No, he's not. And I'm not even waiting to see who else or what the other landing spots are. I'm one of the guys that aren't super excited about drafting a tailback at the 101 unless it's Zeke. And as I said before, I just don't think he's Ezekiel Elliott. One of these wide receivers, I'm hoping we see one go to Tennessee with one of their first-round picks. That guy would jump up real quick for me. I'm also really excited to see, not that he'd go up to 101, but I want to see where O.J. Howard is. I think Christian McCaffrey has an outside chance of being the 101, and some of those other tailbacks that we've talked about. So I'm not ready to make Fournette my 101. But like you said, I guess I can't get mad at anybody who had him there and is excited about him landing in Jacksonville because the opportunity is really there, especially with that fourth overall pick attached to him now.
How about you, Dougie Fresh? We'll go to you. What do you think? 101 for Fournette, or are you still kind of on the fence?
I have been pretty much since the combine have said Dalvin Cook is my 101. If McCaffrey would go someplace running back friendly like a Philly, then he might jump up there. Oh, Nick, there is then he could possibly jump up there, but otherwise, Fournette's probably my 102 at that point. At that point, he's going to be my 102 after Cook.
I think the 101 just got picked.
Yes, I was going to say, it looks like we had back-to-back big picks here because now Corey Davis going to the Titans. And so I guess I'll go to Matt Price here. Now we got two guys who we know their landing spots, and I'll phrase it slightly differently. Who are you picking first between those two? Is it Fournette or is it Davis, Matt Price?
Man, I wasn't expecting Davis to go here. I was really thinking he's going to end up somewhere crowded like Baltimore or something like that. So now I definitely have a decision on my hands. You know, pre-draft a couple of months ago, Davis was my 101. I always felt like he was the safest player in the draft. And I guess I'm going to base it on my team needs right now at 101. I think if I'm going to need a running back, then I'm going to go with Fournette because I really don't think a team is going to spend that high of a pick on a player without having a plan in place for him. Now it is Jacksonville, and we know how that has gone in recent years. But and then Davis, I think, is right there if I even need like a wide receiver 3, you know, or even a flex play at that position. I'm probably going to go ahead and take Davis there because I think he's going to be the unquestioned number 1 right away. Rashard Matthews played really well last year, but I think he's definitely more of a number 2. Delaney Walker's getting older, and he's probably going to still garner a lot of his, Mariota's targets. But, you know, Davis has to be the guy now, I think. The one thing that does concern me is if that passing offense stays relatively low volume. I don't have the numbers in front of me of what exactly it was or where they were at in the league last year. But, if they continue to commit to that power running game with both DeMarco Murray and Derrick Henry, who they spent a second-round pick on last year, then, there could be some volume issues there perhaps.
So while we have a pause here, I'll go to the guy who was one of the first that got in on Corey Davis and the guy who's the most excited about
No,
it.
skip.
And
Here
that's
we go.
That's me.
Here we
No.
We
that's
already
me.
know you love.
Here we go. 20 minutes.
Forget about the rest of you. It's me. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let me take all the credit here as the ghostwriter of the Devy report. Let me say a few things. No, I'm just kidding, Nick. Why don't you wax poetic, man?
I don't know what to say, man. Like all the hate of him not going in the first round and everything. I mean, not running at the combine. It's this is kind of a really surreal moment, it was one of those things of, I put my neck out there for him and I didn't think it was really going to happen. I don't know what to say. Weird.
So do you get like a finder's fee? I mean, how does that work?
No, I don't. I mean, I'm excited for him. I mean, that's the coolest part about Corey Davis. If you don't know, is his story. A kid that had nothing, that he lived with another family in high school, that he was the hardest worker on Western Michigan's team. I retweeted out a story. I mean, that's something that I've known, but he's the guy that's worked on all of his weaknesses every year. That's why he went back to Western Michigan. He wanted to improve. It's one of his one of his traits. He's a hard worker, and that's something that you want to see those guys succeed. I mean, a kid that had one D1 offer is now the 5th pick in the draft, and from Western Michigan, that's a wide receiver. I mean, it's awesome. It's just such a great story. So I'm so excited for him. And you want to talk about a fantasy value? When Dan was saying you want the first guy to be a wide receiver, a guy that catches. He's going to catch a lot of footballs, and he's with Marcus Mariota in a soft division. He's got to be the 101, right?
Well, and the one thing you didn't mention that he overcame being overshadowed by Daniel Braverman at Western Michigan. I mean, it's a big thing, It's not. He's had a lot to fight past and come through, all the better for. But let's go to Dan. Dan, you seem like you had a few thoughts on your mind with the Corey Davis to the Titans.
I cannot believe that Nick just said that he didn't expect it. I've always
walked
been
away. That's how euphoric he is. He walked away.
I guess so. I've kind of been on record that I love Mike Williams, and I still do, and I hold him very highly in regard. Both of those receivers. I love this landing spot. This is a lot like the Zeke pick a year ago for me. You end up in a rising offense with a franchise quarterback already in place, in need of a franchise pass catcher. You can say what you want about Delaney Walker, and Rashard Matthews had a nice season last year, kind of filling that role. There was all the hype about Tajay Sharp. He had a nice rookie year as well, but they needed an impact player to go with Mariota and that running game, which has been the focus of it and will remain that way. But that is just going to set Corey Davis up. He is the ideal 101 right now. I can't see anybody changing that regardless of landing spot for me. And you got to say it. I love the pink coat, Corey. That's awesome. Rock that pink coat on stage with Roger. And this draft has been ideal, especially for us offensive guys. I know you IDP guys love to see those big names come off early as well. But, man, Trubisky, Fournette, Davis, all in the top 5. Holy cow, this is great. And we just saw our 101. It has to be Davis.
Well, and it's funny because, I think coming into this draft, most people probably didn't have 3 skill positions in the top 5, especially considering some of the defensive talent that was coming into this draft at the top of the board. But, again, it comes down to need as much as it comes down to, who's the best talent on a given team. But, just to kind of expand on Davis a little bit, and I think, Bill sent us a little note here about, they're just not a high volume offense in Tennessee. And part of that's because they have 2 really, really good running backs with DeMarco Murray and with Derrick Henry, who is another guy that they added and another young piece of that offense. And you can add Conklin in as well at offensive tackle. And I mean, they are just a very loaded offense at this point. And I think, kind of to Bill's point around, they didn't have a ton of pass attempts last year. The question is, how does that balance change if it does? And I guess, is that probably, as far as this matchup goes between Davis and Mariota, is that maybe the biggest concern? And I guess I'll go to Bill because you're the one who kind of brought this up to us.
Yeah, let me just rattle off a couple stats. And past performance does not, equal future performance. But last year, Rashard Matthews, 65 receptions, 945. Delaney Walker, 65 receptions, 800 yards. DeMarco Murray, 53 receptions, 377. Tajay Sharp, 41, 522. You get the gist of this. There's not a 90 – there's not even a 70-catch guy on this roster. So the question is, do they want to change how they're distributing the ball? And, I don't have the answer to that. But if they run the same offense that they're running now, and they distribute the ball in various ways. So I'm not sure from a fantasy standpoint. I love Corey Davis. I think he's a supreme talent. I'm not sure he's that 90 catch for 1,200 yards and 10 touchdown guy. So I'm a little, although I understand, being excited because there's not huge pieces here that are superstars. Delaney Walker's getting old. Rashard Matthews isn't, nothing really special about there. Tajay Sharp, who knows what's going on with him. Kendall Wright's gone. Harry Douglas is old as dirt. So, there's opportunity, but how are they going to distribute the ball? So my expectations are tempered. I like, but don't love the landing spot.
No, and I think that's fair. And even in a low volume offense, we've seen guys who have excelled, despite that volume. It doesn't necessarily need to happen, but I agree. That's a hurdle, and that's a realistic hurdle that he'll have to overcome. And, it's not going to happen overnight. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. And I'll go back to Nick, who I think now has gone through about 2 boxes of Kleenex and, maybe took a shower cry. I don't even know. You seem like your hair has been fixed again. But, with Davis, do you feel confident that he's going to be an elite wide receiver 1? What do you think that ceiling is? Because, you were clear that he was the top wide receiver in this draft, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you think he's going to be a top 12 dynasty asset or a top 12 receiver for that matter.
Actually, I do think that. I think he's mid to low end wide receiver 1 in fantasy football is about where he should go now when you look at where he's paired with Mariota, in the division that he's at. So I think that's about where his ceiling should be. There's not a lot of competition there. Again, as you guys have said, with Walker getting older and not a lot of competition, I think that's a guy that, should rise up almost a little bit what his ceiling could be.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. And obviously the age is going to insulate him for a little while. That always helps. We've seen the studies on, I think Ryan McDowell's done it, and then Jeff Miller's done, work around kind of the success rate of picks. But usually the first 12 to 18 months, once they kind of get settled in a spot, they're more likely to go up in ADP, in trade value, than they are to go down. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where he goes because, again, non-power 5 guy, that could mean that there's a little bit of an adjustment there. There's an adjustment for every player, but for him, it may be a little bit more stark and he may require the time to adjust to that. And I think Tennessee at least is deep enough and well-rounded enough to handle that. But let's go to the next pick here. It looks like Jamal Adams went to the Jets, and I'm going to start with Doug because Doug seems to be itching for an opportunity to get something off his chest, and I want to see what it is. Is it Adams, or is it just you hate everything that's going on in this draft so far?
I love this pick. I love Jamal Adams. I love Jamal Adams to the Jets. I love this for an IDP. I love this for NFL football. Doug's a happy man. So yeah, this is a great pick. One, they needed defensive help like nobody's business. Their defensive line's pretty good. Their linebacking core is meh at best. Jamal Adams is going to come in day one, suck up tackles, smack people around. This is a great pick. Now, safeties are generally going to be a little bit down the board in terms of your IDP picks, but he's going to be the first safety off the board in your IDP drafts. Go out there, get him in the late second, early third round, and suck him up and take him and be happy. He's very much that Landon Collins style of safety that people were all excited about here a year or two ago. So that's exactly what you're going to be getting with Jamal Adams. So you should be. So this is an excellent play. You can tell I'm not even talking in complete sentences anymore. So you can tell how excited I am about this.
So let me ask you one follow-up here, Doug, before I jump to some of your IDP brethren here. You mentioned Malik Hooker earlier in this. Who did you have higher on your board kind of coming in, or was it more based on kind of team fit in terms of who you thought maybe could be the better option, especially thinking about IDP?
IDP-wise, Jamal Adams is far and away over Hooker. In terms of actual NFL football, they're very close. In IDP, you want the guy who's going to be that strong safety, that in-the-box safety, because he's going to be closer to the line of scrimmage, going to have more of a chance to pick up all those tackles. Hooker's specialty is playing center field in the back, which means he doesn't get nearly as many tackle opportunities. Yes, he's a turnover-generating machine, but he just won't pick up as nearly as many tackles as Jamal Adams will playing down in that box.
So I'm going to take a quick pause here before I jump over to Eric, and I want to mention a few things. First off, if you are watching the YouTube chat, please feel free to ask questions. We're going to try to field some in a little bit. And, again, anything about any rookies who've been selected, any thoughts around rookie drafts, strategy, anything you want to have answered, we're happy to answer those questions. Secondly, if you go to the DLF page, we do have a live blog going on with each of the picks, so you'll get different viewpoints from other writers. So not just all of us here, which there's a pretty good breadth of opinions here, but you'll get even more on the website as well. So definitely do that. So now I'm going to go over to Eric here. What are your thoughts around Jamal Adams and that fit? And also what is your thought around the state of that defense at this point? Because Doug kind of touched on it, but it seemed like pass rusher always seems to be an opportunity for them to get better.
Yeah, this is honestly, I think this is a little bit of an interesting pick. There's some overlap here with Calvin Pryor. Bill pointed out to me that it is the last year of his contract, so that's worth noting. Maybe it means we're going to see a little bit more cover too, and this is kind of me to get on my scheme high chair. So a general rule for IDP is when you see a 3-4, you see a little bit more cover 2 type defenses. Basically, the two safeties are interchangeable. When you see more of a 4-3, you often see more cover 1, cover 3, which often looks like a more of a box safety sometimes and more of a single high free safety. Think Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas type of deal. So I'm curious here. Are we just going to end up with an interchangeable safety system where neither one has top 10 DB scoring ability? For me, Jamal Adams probably is in a void in my IDP drafts.
Oh, that's interesting. And I guess I'll go to Bill. What are your thoughts on Adams number 1? And thinking about a guy like him, where does he kind of land when you think about the larger landscape at the position? Like, where would you slot him in the IDP rankings for the secondary?
I think EC hit it on the head. I agree with both of them. I agree with Doug and EC. Doug, that the fit is good. I think that he fits what the Jets want to do. I think that he's young, he's athletic. They obviously don't think Pryor's the man. Otherwise, they would have locked him up. This is Pryor's last year. I think Pryor's a serviceable safety. He's not special. He hasn't lived up to his draft status and hasn't really performed where they wanted him to. So I think he's a good NFL fit. But I agree from an IDP standpoint, he's not a guy that I'm going to be too excited about. And as a rule of thumb, for those of you who don't really play IDP too much, you really don't reach for DBs anyways. They're pretty much a dime a dozen. They're easy to stream. It's kind of like if you play, offensively in a one tight end league where there's no extra special scoring. It's like you can stream just about any Joe off the street unless you have one of the top 2 or 3 guys. If his name's not Landon Collins, I'm not really too excited about any defensive back.
No, that's a fair point. And obviously the Jets need help kind of all over the place. It's not just a defensive issue for them, unfortunately. I mean, they don't really necessarily have a clear running back, although they have 2 pretty good running backs. It's not, what I would call probably a finished product. They lost Brandon Marshall. There seems to be some need at wide receiver. Obviously, quarterback's a huge need there. Maybe they'll actually use a tight end for a change. We don't really know. So I'll jump over to Dan here. Dan, do you think that, number one, I'll let you get to a couple of questions here too, but what are your thoughts around kind of that offense? Do you anticipate them maybe hitting the offense pretty soon in the next couple of rounds, the Jets that is?
Yeah, I would anticipate that they would. They really could use a playmaker on the outside or in the middle of the field at tight end. I was convinced they might be interested in targeting either O.J. Howard or perhaps even Mike Williams, who went to the Chargers right now at pick 7. That's an interesting landing spot for sure. I would like to see the Jets get active on the offensive side because, man, they just don't have enough there. There's not enough. And all the talk is with those quarterbacks in New York. And can you really blame them? I mean, outside of an aging Matt Forte and I don't know, we saw a little bit of upside from those receivers last year with Enunwa and Anderson. Decker's coming back off of injury. They don't have that bang for their buck, that guy that they can count on. So I kind of thought O.J. Howard was an interesting guy in that spot right there. I wouldn't have mind seeing that. But they went to the defensive side. I imagine they'll go to the offensive side for much of the rest of the draft.
So I'll hold off on the questions, Dan, real quick, and we got to hit the Mike Williams pick here to San Diego, and I'm going to start with Matt on this one. My first thought here, and I'm not super high on Mike Williams to begin with, but I don't know. Do you feel like this helps his value? Because I'm just not sure it does.
I don't know if it helps his fantasy value, but I kind of like it as a landing spot for him as a player because he doesn't go to a team where he's going to be expected to be the guy right out of the gate. Nick and I can go back and forth forever on Keenan Allen and what he's going to do this year. But I really think that his rapport with Rivers is still going to be really the driving force of that offense. And he's going to give them a presence in the red zone now. Get them some size there. Gates is on the way out. Hunter Henry did well there last year. But other than that, they don't really have another big body there on offense. So from that perspective, I still like it. In terms of fantasy's perspective, I mean, right now, without knowing the landing spots, I think I'm still going to have him at that 6th spot, the last in that first tier that we've been talking about for seems like months now.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Gates being on the way out. I think I traded him Michael Floyd's rookie year for him pretty much straight up, and that didn't really work out for me. I didn't think that Gates would outlast Floyd, but here we are. But I'm going to jump back over to Dan here, and let's talk a little bit more about Mike Williams. And Matt brought up a good point around Keenan Allen. I mean, who does this hurt the most? Do you think Tyrell Williams takes a bigger hit than Keenan Allen, number one? And then number two, I mean, there were some rumors, pretty light ones, but, maybe Christian McCaffrey was an option. So it seems at the very least they were looking at another pass-catching option.
It destroys Williams. It just knocks him down so quickly. There's so many options there now in the passing game. And I know that they lost the pass catching tailback and they could have added one in the draft, and they might still do that later on. But between Keenan Allen and now Mike Williams, and we can't forget Gates and Henry and everybody else there, and they still got to feed Melvin Gordon the ball, that there's just not enough to go around for Tyrell Williams. I love the landing spot. I really, really do. What do we look for as dynasty owners with wide receivers when they are drafted? We look for an established, accurate quarterback. Check mark. We'll take that right there with Phillip Rivers. He checks all the boxes for that. And the coaching staff, you have to expect, because you don't want a lot of change for a young player at any position, really. But especially here, with a wide receiver, you don't want instant change, and that's not going to happen because this coaching staff will at least be there for a couple years. So I really like the landing spot. I'm not saying he's going to compete with those top guys to be a top pick for me, but he should certainly be in that 3, 4, maybe down to 5 range. And I could see him slotting in at 103 pretty quickly.
Yeah, let me jump over to Nick here. And, I think about what is his role going to be in this offense, right? I mean, he obviously isn't playing that Vincent Jackson type of role that we saw, Rivers have previously. I'm just wondering kind of where do you think he is unique to that offense relative to kind of what they already had?
Well, the one guy we haven't mentioned is Travis Benjamin, right? They signed him last offseason. He's kind of the fast guy along with Tyrell Williams, and Keenan Allen was always doing all of the middle of the work. And, he's a good technician in terms of a route runner. I really like that, but he's not reliable. I know Matt's not going to like this. He's injury prone. I will say it. He is. He's had multiple knee injuries, and it's just, hey, ignore it all you want, but my fantasy teams have benefited from me saying he's injury prone. So, and when we look at Keenan Allen's contract, that's another thing to think of. This is an investment. Mike Williams is a 5-year investment, most likely. Keenan Allen has $14 million guaranteed on his deal. And after this year, it's only 5.7 left. So if he gets hurt again, are they going to keep playing that game? Because they do have now Tyrell and they have Mike Williams, Hunter Henry, something to build around. And when you look at what the Chargers are trying to do, they signed Russell Okung to lots of money, right? And they've been building that off the line. And now they've been building in weapons with Henry and Williams. Maybe they're just trying to do a whole new offense. And the other thing to think about is a new head coach. Maybe he wants to bring in his own guys, and this is his guy. So I think Mike Williams is one of the guys who we should value almost the most, maybe moving forward, because that's the flavor that he wants.
So it looks like we're having another skill position getting drafted here. Apparently the IDP guy should just go home, just pack it up. I mean, apparently defense isn't very important in the NFL anymore. But it looks like it's Christian McCaffrey to the Panthers, which I don't think was a huge surprise, right? I think it was Fournette early in the process, but I think we always kind of thought that it was going to be a running back to the Panthers. And I mean, they're just not necessarily a team that throws to the running back. And I'll start with you, Matt. What do you think of the landing spot, number one? And do you think they utilize his receiving ability as much as maybe some of the other teams out there that were in the market for running back would have?
Now, this is not my favorite landing spot for him, but it's up there. I think that they have for years lacked that short area receiving threat. They've got Kelvin, they've got Devin Funches, they've got
you can't even say it without laughing.
They have all these. Sorry?
I said you can't even say Devin Funchess without laughing.
Yeah, exactly. But they've had all these deep threats with these big bodies for Cam to throw to, and I guess I can't comment on this, but I don't know how good he is at those the short touch throws because I don't think we've really seen it that much. He had a little bit of a connection for a short period of time. Was it Burson that's also there that ran in the slot a little bit? So. I kind of think he's going to be that short area threat, and they can use him as a feature back. I think they can use him in a power game. He played both kinds of offenses and both running schemes at Stanford, so I think he's ready for that. I think he's tougher than we give him credit for. People are concerned about his size and being able to run in the middle, but he's one of the toughest running backs in the class, in my opinion. If you need 3 yards, he's not going to go up and try to bounce it outside. He's going to try to go in there and get you 3 yards. So I think that dual threat ability is really going to help out Cam. Give him a nice target in the short and intermediate areas of the field, and that'll complement those other guys that they already have. So I like it. It's not my favorite spot. I might have rather seen him to go to Indianapolis or Philadelphia, or I was crossing my fingers maybe the Packers. He drop all the way down there, but no, I like the fit. So I know. Let's hear what Dan thinks. I know we're gonna fight right now.
Yeah, Dan, before you jump into it, I will just note that for those of you that are Trubisky optimistic people, I mean, Cam Newton was a 1-year starter, so I'm just going to throw that out there before we go into this. But yeah.
He was a highly paid 1-year starter.
My wife hates him, by the way. But anyway, so Dan, talk a little bit about the fit and your thoughts on McCaffrey. But, also, do you think this was their smartest choice, or do you think they could have even waited a round or two and gone maybe a different type of running back, more of a power back, which seems like the style that they prefer?
Yeah, and that's what kind of sticks out to me and has stuck out for the last handful of weeks while people have predicted this fit. And Matt makes some nice points. I agree with a lot of what he says, but the one caveat to me is that it doesn't fit the Panthers style. Now maybe they'll change. Maybe they've decided, man, we need that scat back, that guy that can do it all, go all over the field. But to me, he is a luxury pick. This is a luxury pick. This is the guy you pick when you want to add something to the offense and get that returner and move him around the field and do those things. Can the Carolina Panthers really afford to do something like this? They have so many holes. And I know they're only 2 years removed from the Super Bowl, but there's a lot of things that they could improve. I'm not sure this is quite as nice of a pick as Matt made it out to sound. To me, with the exception of using Cam as a runner and at the goal line, have we ever seen Carolina get creative with their offense? Have we ever seen them use a player and their skill set and say, wow, that's unique. That's really what I love to see coaching staffs do. I'm not sure that we really have. Maybe they'll surprise, like I said. Maybe they'll really use him as that all-around threat and that guy that can get all over the field. I love his shake. I love that he can get on the perimeter and he can make guys miss, that he can catch the ball, that he could potentially line up in the slot. He wowed me just as much as he wowed everybody else at the combine and with his film. And he can do it between the tackles. I'm just not convinced that offensive coaching staff and that landing spot is ideal for a talent like Christian McCaffrey.
So let's why don't we
give me Mike Williams over McCaffrey in a rookie.
I disagree completely, but that's okay. So why don't we take a couple of questions, Dan? I know you've been kind of corralling some of those, and let's take a second here to break in some of the chatter and get a few questions in here.
Okay, we got a really good one from Skylar on YouTube on the link there. If you're watching, go ahead and add any questions that might come up. This is going back to the Williams pick. And Matt, let's start with you on this one. I'd really like to know what you think of this one because of your comments earlier. What do you think? Does this provide a buy low for Keenan Allen, or are you not touching him?
It's definitely going to provide a buy low, at least for the short term. Like tomorrow, go out and start sending offers for Keenan Allen. Oh, they drafted Mike Williams. He's a prototypical size, and for an NFL wide receiver 1, Allen's going to be relegated to wide receiver 2 status. I don't think any of that's going to happen, but that is a really good selling point, I think, to go and buy Keenan Allen in the next, certainly this weekend and maybe for the next week or two. But I think once we get farther and farther into the offseason and closer to the playing season, that, the more and more information and talk that's out there is going to just continue to show that Keenan Allen's still going to be the guy.
Can I just to kind of to build off of this a little bit? I know Nick's not the biggest fan here, but could you see this, Nick, as a poor man's version of Demaryius Thomas and Emmanuel Sanders in terms of two guys who are capable of doing well in an offense, and they have, in this case, have a very good quarterback. Obviously, Denver, not so much. But, could you see it where both guys are a good part of this offense and they could thrive, and then no other receivers really do much?
No, because there's Henry, because there's Tyrell Williams. There's more talented guys here than there was in Denver, if you look back on that. I know the one year there's Julius Thomas. He had those touchdowns, but the numbers weren't as big. So, overall, when you look at it, I think that's going to be the huge discussion is how much is Hunter Henry going to eat? How much is Tyrell? How is that pie going to get divided up? Because, again, this is a new head coach, a new offense essentially coming in, and we don't know. We know what it was like before in the previous regime, but we don't know what it's like now. And then even Melvin Gordon, you add him in there, what's it going to look like?
So, Dan, before we jump to the next question, it looks like we had another pick come up. And sorry, IDP guys, you guys have been banished once again. It looks like we got another receiver in John Ross going to the Bengals. So I'm gonna go to you, Dan, since you were the furthest one from speaking on the offensive skill position side. What does this mean for this team? I think this is pretty unexpected. I don't think most people thought that they were going to go wide receiver this early. And two, what does that put for you at John Ross? Are you moving him up your board just off the cuff right now?
I have been on the record. I am not a John Ross guy. I can't get on board with all the injuries. I liked him when we were talking about him going early in the second or even late in the first in rookie drafts. But now we're consistently talking about him moving up even higher than that. And it scares me a lot. The landing spot is really intriguing. You can say what you want about Andy Dalton as an NFL or as a fantasy quarterback, but as an NFL quarterback, he delivers the ball on time. He's accurate. He can throw the deep ball. And if nothing else, John Ross is a deep threat. So, and with the luxury of having AJ Green on the other side, having Tyler Eifert working in the middle, man, there's some potential here, and I might have to rethink my thoughts. I know I've been one of them guys that. I always say talent over situation. This situation seems really nice. I think the big takeaway here, the really big takeaway here is, man, does this destroy Tyler Boyd. It just hurts him so much. All of us that were so excited about him last year and after the season thinking, well, he just needed that year to develop. This hurts bad. He takes away a lot of what Boyd, and not that they do the exact same thing, but Boyd's going to have to man that slot now, and he's going to have to get really good at that to see the field enough to be fantasy relevant.
Yeah, so let me jump over to Matt here. Let's be honest, right? We're buying all the Dalton shares right now, aren't we?
I think, everybody Andy Dalton's the whipping boy, right? But
I love Dalton.
He's been a solid player, man. He's been solid for fantasy. He's been solid in the NFL, and this gives them some speed that they sorely lack, outside of AJ Green. So, I was not really someone that was going to draft John Ross in the first round of fantasy drafts, but depending on what other guys land, this definitely puts them in the conversation, I think.
Yeah, how about I'm going to go to Nick here, who we talked about him in Filmetrics, and we talked about the injury concerns. He had multiple knee surgeries, he had shoulder issues. He had a terrible quarterback. Let's be honest there, as far as relative to his strengths. Not to say that Browning's an awful quarterback, but just doesn't work for what John Ross does. What are your thoughts here on this landing spot, and who do you think? Let's say besides Boyd, who else is he going to be hurting in this offense?
I'm not sure that he is. There's a huge void there, when Sanu and Marvin Jones left and Tyler Boyd didn't fill it, and Eifert's been injured, and AJ Green needs help. And that we saw how bad that team got last year. They were a perennial playoff team, and hey, they went down a little bit. So I think it's a great pick, to be honest, when you think of in terms of helping that NFL team, because it helps AJ Green. And as everyone sees speed with John Ross, he's good at running routes, a hitch, a comeback, a slant. He can do all those little things too, because DBs have to respect his speed so much. He eats up so many small routes. And I think it's really going to help them move the chains and make that a more balanced offense, which is why they picked him.
No, that's good stuff. And I'm going to go back to Dan. Dan, you got another question for us?
Yeah, we got a really good one from and Nick, you touched on this briefly there, but the question comes from our buddy Eric Dickens. How much does John Ross help AJ Green? What do you think, George?
Whoa. I don't know how much it can help him. He's already such a great receiver as it is. I get that maybe it takes off some attention, but he's never really had too much of a problem with that anyway. So I'd say he's probably neutral in that regard. And because Eifert's been there, not that he's necessarily always been healthy, but honestly, I think maybe where it helps Green a little bit is that it's just a renewed focus on the pass, because I think a lot of people suggested that the Bengals were looking running back and they weren't happy there. And maybe they just decided we're committing to the pass and this is where we're going to stack our chips.
I think it actually helps AJ Green, and maybe not from a fantasy perspective, or maybe not from an NFL perspective all that much, but from an fantasy perspective, we're going to see more coverage having to be pushed away from AJ Green a little bit, especially if they can establish Ross as that deep threat early in his career. AJ Green's only 28 years old. He's in the prime of his career, really. This could also help the longevity of AJ Green, seeing less double teams, stay more relevant for longer. I think it really helps him, kind of solidifies him as a middle of the pack wide receiver one at worst right now.
So you got another one for us while we wait for the next pick to come in, Dan?
No, I don't.
You don't? All right. Well, why don't terrible work, Dan. No. I think Jeremy Funk had
Actually,
one.
I do have a question. It's not actually from anybody on the chat, but I'd love to know from the IDP fellas here, and we can start with Eric. These guys are slipping now. First of all, what is the reason that we're seeing these guys slip, if you have one? And who's that guy that's slipping down to these teams that should be a top 5 guy that's going to change not only an NFL team, but a fantasy team?
Well, I think we see the depth of the defensive class panning out a little bit. Myles Garrett was in a tier of his own. Solomon Thomas was in a tier of his own. And now we kind of have a jumble of guys. Like I said, we have the Derek Rivers, the Jordan Willis, the TJ Watt. They all look similar from an athletic point of view. We have Hassan Reddick. We have Tyus Bowser. These guys are a big jumble. And then we have a number of DBs as well. So I think they're saying, hey, there's 3 guys that I value about the same. So I'll wait on these guys. I'll trade down, or I'll take offensive talent. I think that's what we're seeing. Is there's just a jumble of tier 2, but I think we'll see a big defensive run here in the late first.
How about you, Bill? Who's that player that you can't wait to see come off the board and can't wait to see that landing spot of these IDP options?
Well, to me, I think that there's one corner that I think, Marshawn Lattimore is a difference maker. He's a guy that he's instant plug and play. So he's as close to, money as you can get right now. So he's a guy that I fully expect him to go off the board in the next couple picks.
How about you, Doug? Any names that you're surprised to see as still sitting in that green room right now? Oh my gosh. We're gonna hold off on that for just a second because Patrick Mahomes just went 10th overall. Kansas City traded all the way up, and I didn't see what they gave up, but I imagine there's not a lot of people that thought the second quarterback off the board would be Pat Mahomes. Let's go over to Matt. What do you think of Mahomes, the landing spot, and the Chiefs with Alex Smith already entrenched there, trading all the way up? This is actually the first playoff team to pick a quarterback in the first round since 2005 when the Packers did it with Aaron Rodgers. What do you think of the landing spot, Matt, and of Mahomes in Kansas City?
I understand the pick because they obviously need something other than Alex Smith. And I like the landing spot in terms of it's definitely going to allow Mahomes to sit for a year, which is exactly what he needs to do. But, it feels like it means Kansas City is maybe not going to play for the playoffs this year. That's not necessarily true, but it's definitely not a pick that's going to help them this year in that pursuit. So from that perspective, I don't really get it. I like Mahomes. I like the gunslinger players, right? We're Packers fans, Dan, so we like the Brett Favres of the world. So, but it's unquestioned that it's raw. It seems like on every snap of the game, every play of the game, something either really good is going to happen or something really, really disastrous is going to happen. So the fact that he'll be able to sit and learn from Andy Reid, who we know he can get some things out of quarterbacks. We didn't know if he was going to be able to get anything out of Alex Smith after San Francisco, and he has gotten something. He's gotten him to the playoffs, but he's probably not going to go much farther than that with them. So, if he can sit behind for Alex Smith for a year or so and continue to learn and continue to develop, maybe they have something there in 2018.
Yeah, I like Mahomes too as a prospect. I loved him when they were talking about him going in the second and third round of the draft and him being able to sit behind somebody. Obviously, his stock has risen so high. We've heard all those comparisons to Russell Wilson and other quarterbacks a lot like him. I love the gunslinger attitude, that big arm. We've all seen those videos of him throwing it, 60, 70 yards in the air. It's interesting. Nick, you got to shed a little light for us. What made that Kansas City front office, the brass there with Smith already in place? What about Patrick Mahomes made that staff stretch all the way up into the top 10 to make them their future at quarterback?
Well, I think it's, he has those intangibles. When you watch him play, he drives me nuts. I'm a quarterback guy that people don't know. That's the position that I've coached the most throughout my tenure when I used to coach. And he has bad feet. He doesn't make normal reads all the time. He just kind of buys time. He does the Big Ben, the Johnny Manziel, the Aaron Rodgers early in the season this last year where he was trying to freelance too much instead of stay within a scheme and a system. And that drives me nuts. But He has an amazing arm, not in terms of only arm strength. He can place it into spots and has good touch too. So if you can combine those two and work on his feet and make him more of a system guy, there's a lot of potential there. So that's what they're chasing. But the thing that people need to realize is Alex Smith is 32. He turns 33 next year. So you think Mahomes is going to get drafted. He's not going to be the guy this year. You're thinking maybe 2018. In 2018, his cap hit is $20.6 million, and he only has 3.6 in guaranteed money. So they could let him go if Mahomes makes enough of a boost there and still help out the rest of that team, because the cap hit for a 10th overall pick at quarterback isn't going to be as high.
Yeah, so George stepped away for just a minute, but I'm sure you've seen George. Mahomes went number 10. Kansas City moved all the way up to number 10. I got to hear your thoughts on Mahomes, and especially for guys like you and me who play in Superflex and 2 quarterback leagues. What do you think of Mahomes being the number 2 quarterback off the board, and how does that help us as dynasty owners?
I mean, my first thought is, do I take him over Trubisky if I'm in a rookie draft, right? If I'm in that position, I'm thinking about the two of them, and I could see a really good argument to do that, because I would argue that the Chiefs have a lot better weapons with Kelsey, and I mean, maybe even Chris Conley becomes relevant in some sense, but Tyreek Hill, Jeremy Maclin's still there. I mean, they have some good weapons. It's just, to me, I saw the trade. It's an interesting trade up. Obviously, they gave up a future first for that in addition to the late first rounder. But they obviously believe in this guy, and finding a quarterback that you believe in isn't the easiest thing. So when I'm thinking about that, I mean, I could see the case where once you get into that mid-second round in a regular draft, you're starting to think about a guy like Mahomes, because you get a bit of a drop-off. But really, I think you see that when you're talking about Superflex, probably in that 7, 8, 9 range, you're going to start to consider him, I think, pretty heavily. I don't know if I'm putting him ahead of guys like Corey Davis or Fournette or even McCaffrey, even though the fit's a little weird. But I'm certainly taking him before a guy like John Ross in a Superflex league.
So Dwight Peebles had a really nice comment on the chat in the YouTube. He said Cutler to the Texans now. It's kind of an interesting thought. The Texans, Houston was rumored to be in love with that quarterback, and now that he lands in Kansas City, Nick, I want to go to you. What do you think of the potential of Cutler landing in Houston? Is that a nice fit?
I think it is, because he's going to feed Hopkins. If there's one thing
Right.
Cutler does, is he goes to that number 1 option. So it's going to help fantasy teams, and it's going to help out the Texans, because they needed a better quarterback. And while Cutler's not amazing, he's a top 20, 22 quarterback in the NFL, and he can make them better than what they did have. I don't know how much he's going to spread it around and make, Will Fuller better, but again, he will sling it loose. So it wouldn't be a terrible fit for a year or two, but Cutler's getting up there in age already.
So why don't we take a second here while we have a moment between picks? Again, feel free to ask questions. Dan's been sharing some of the great questions that we've gotten through our YouTube channel. So definitely continue to do that. I also remind you that we're doing the blog through the Dynasty League Football website. And, there's a lot of great podcasts out there for us as well. Nick and I have mentioned the Filmetrics podcast. We've mentioned the DLF Dynasty podcast, myself, Matt, Dan, Nick, we all do that and kind of rotate that regularly. There's the Read and React podcast for those of you in the IDP. Obviously, we have some of the great guys on there from the IDP side on tonight. So definitely check that out. And Commission Impossible with Ryan McDowell and Scott Fish, probably the two best guys in the commissioning game. No offense, Dan Myler, but the two best guys there, giving you a lot of great advice. So definitely check all those out. Dan, you want to jump in?
Yeah, there was one really good comment from Ben Riley. And he said Kansas City fans are going to get impatient with Alex Smith real quick now. Really, really good comment there. So many people are impatient already with Smith's dink and dunk philosophy. He'd rather check down than rip it to Tyreek Hill. And that brings me to my next point. I think this could really help Tyreek Hill. I wonder if maybe this had something to do, or if Hill had something to do with this pick. They need somebody that can deliver the ball downfield to that speedster. It really is an interesting thought. It really is an interesting pick. And it could mean good things for Hill and that entire offense. But Alex Smith, are we really that convinced that he's going to be there long term? And is the pressure of that fan base going to hurt his potential to be that guy in Kansas City? Obviously, if that were to happen, he would move on and he would get another opportunity somewhere. But it really brings up an interesting dynamic with that fan base.
No, I think those are good points there, Dan. So let's talk. Let's circle back a little bit to McCaffrey. One of our writers, Jeremy Funk, asked about McCaffrey's transition to the Carolina offense, to that read option type of offense, and I'm going to pose it to Nick. Nick, what do you think as far as how you think McCaffrey's fit is to that scheme? Not necessarily the power portion of that scheme, but more just with that running quarterback with Cam and kind of how he fits there.
Well, I think they drafted McCaffrey to take pressure off of Cam because Cam's taken way too many hits. I think that they're not going to be going more to the read option because they're worried about their big asset getting more concussions and taking too much punishment. So when you have McCaffrey, he can be a threat out of the backfield. He's taking defenders away. I think that's why you got him, and he can be a threat. So they're not going to be blitzing as much. They have to worry about this screen game from McCaffrey. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of zone read. I think they're going to shy away from that. When you look at Cam's numbers of rushing, it's continually went down as he's been in the NFL. But I think that it's going to help overall keep Cam healthy, which is going to help his fantasy numbers.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, and I would agree with you there. And we just had a pick. We had the New Orleans Saints going with Marshawn Lattimore, the cornerback. And I'm going to start with Bill on this one. We haven't heard from you in a while, buddy. What do you think of the pick, number one, as far as the fit on the team, but also, you kind of mentioned that secondary guys are kind of a dime a dozen. I mean, do you think he's much different in that regard?
Well, and that's only from a fantasy standpoint. From an NFL
Correct.
standpoint, if you look at pre-draft and you say teams 1 through 32, there were literally 16 teams that could use corner help. So corner is always a position of need for just about every team. So it's rare that you can combine a position of need and best player available. And to me, that's what the Saints did here. So it's kind of a great double bonus there with getting the best player available and filling a need. In a passing league, you can't have too many good corners. And I think that Lattimore is the best corner in this draft.
So let me jump over to you, Eric, for a second, and let me ask you this. Number one, there are a lot of comparisons to Patrick Peterson, I think, with Lattimore. Do you think that's valid? And then number two, I mean, think about the secondary that he played in. He may be the first of at least two, possibly three secondary players from Ohio State going in this first round.
Yeah, I don't know if the Patrick Peterson's the right comp. I don't think he has the same length or height as Patrick Peterson, but he checks all the boxes from a cornerback point of view. I mean, he has some really nice film. He has some nice instincts, and he really did well at the combine. 4.36. He's 6 foot tall, almost a 39-inch vert, over 130-inch broad. I mean, the guy's an animal. I think he's a lock. This guy in some drafts would probably go, earlier than this. I think the Saints got a steal, and I think Bill hit the nail on the head. This is best player available, meets team needs. So I really love the fit, and I think they're going to do pretty well. Delvin Breaux played pretty well last year. I think you put Marshawn Lattimore beside him and let P.J. Williams kick to the inside and play slot corner. I think that defense is starting to take shape. I like their safeties with Von Bell and Kenny Vaccaro. So this defense, if they can get the front seven figured out, they're also sneaky.
Yeah, so that would be my follow-up. What do you think is missing from that defense? I mean, obviously the offense has a lot of positives going for it, and it seems like, what is it, a pass rush? Do you think it's their ability to stop the run? What would you say are those one or two big things that they need to do to really step it up another level?
It's the entire front seven, to be honest with you. I mean, we saw Craig Robertson play way too many snaps last year. He played well, but he's a journeyman at best and replacement level. They need to get production from Rankins. They need to get Kikaha back in the realm. So they need help here. I expect them to address the front seven later in the draft.
Yeah, so basically it's like when you ask your girlfriend, hey, what am I doing wrong? She just goes, everything. And that's basically what you just told me right now. So excellent. Doug, I'm going to move over to you here. And any final thoughts on Lattimore there in terms of that fit on the team, in terms of what it does from a team defense perspective even?
From a team defense perspective, he's a major upgrade. He's going to be that lockdown, shutdown corner on the one side that they don't have to worry about. They can put him on the other team's best defender and follow him all over the field. He's really skilled at generating turnovers, getting those interceptions. He's got good body control, so he can generate some of those turnovers that you're looking for on the defensive side. So I think he's going to be a really nice fit down there in New Orleans. And just like EC said, yeah, their problems in the front seven. They've got it now with Lattimore back there. That back four is looking pretty good. They need to generate more push up front.
No, that's good stuff. I'm going to go over to Dan here. Dan, you have any other questions in the hopper for us right now?
Yeah, we got a good one from Blue Lantern with all these wide receivers going in the top 10. He wants to know that if any is there a wide receiver most likely to receive 120 targets as a rookie between Davis, Williams, and Ross? That's a pretty big number for any receiver to get to, let alone a rookie. But I think if there's one that could, it'd be Davis. What do you say, Nick?
I concur. I mean, I think that's the only one that you can say, because there's no number one on the team. He could be the only one of those three that's the number one wide receiver. The only one that really – there's not a really good number two there. I mean, when you look at Cincinnati, the number two is probably Eifert. Ross is probably the three. You look at Williams, the number two could still be Tyrell Williams. And, Williams might even be, he's probably third. He's probably over Hunter Henry, but he still could be fourth almost. So really it's Davis by far and away is going to have the biggest rookie impact.
Yeah. How about we, before I answer, why don't we go to Matt Price? It looks like he shaved a little bit there. So.
What a tool.
That's a moment on our live broadcast tonight. I agree.
Never looked better, buddy.
I agree with Nick and Dan, to be honest. I think Davis is probably the clear option there. To Nick's point, I mean, I don't see Ross getting it with Green on that team. I don't see Williams getting it with Keenan Allen and Gates and everybody else on that team that he has to contend with. So it seems pretty clear that's of those three, that's probably going to be the guy who threatens 120 targets, although that's a pretty big number, let's be honest. I mean, if none of them hit it, I wouldn't be surprised either. So we did have a trade. We did have the Texans move up. It looks like the Browns pulled the typical Browns move, acquired some extra picks. They got a future first out of the Texans in addition to their 25th overall to get the 12th. So I think we kind of thought that could be the case, that they could look to trade up or down in this draft. They like to move around. But I don't know. Nick, I'm going to go to you. What do you think as far as like the Browns deciding not to use that pick at 12, considering what was available?
Well, I mean, when you look at it, there's value, but I think value is going to keep being there. I mean, this is a valuable draft, and when you're going to keep getting more and more players on a team that needs more quality players, it's not a bad gamble. And, when you look at quarterbacks, Watson's out there and then Kaiser's out there, maybe they don't know who they like the most and maybe they want to trade down. Okay, Watson just went to Houston. So maybe they want to trade down and they'll wait for Kaiser, or they're going to wait next year and load on their quarterback. But I like that Cleveland is being patient. That's how you build your team, with a team that is really lacking lots of assets. That's how you do it. You don't just jump in and spend a couple different firsts to go get Sammy Watkins when it's a deep class of wide receivers, Buffalo.
Yeah, so like Nick said, Deshaun Watson just went. He went to the Texans, and I'll go to Dan. Dan, what are your first thoughts on Watson going to the Texans? I mean, you're a super flex guy like I am. I mean, both from a regular league, but also from a super flex perspective.
Yeah, I like the landing spot. I like that there's weapons in place that are all ready for him. He's a winner, and all the stuff that everybody talks about him coming from Clemson and the good background story and all the good things. I like the coaching staff with a young quarterback. I think there's the potential for them to help him grow. I wish there was another option in Houston right now, especially for all those DeAndre Hopkins shares that I have, just because those young quarterbacks they can kind of have some growing pains. I'm not convinced that Watson's going to have that. He's got the legs and he's got the movement abilities. I really like his potential as a pocket passer, but we haven't quite seen it yet. He needs to learn that 3, 5, and 7-step drop and really become a pocket passer to really help those receivers there. As far as him being a super flex guy and a second quarterback, I think he's right in the conversation with Mahomes, who we talked about earlier now. And a lot of that is because of DeAndre Hopkins, but also Lamar Miller, Will Fuller, the deep threat that's already there. Fedorowicz kind of stepped up and had a nice season last year as an underneath weapon. I think Watson could have a nice rookie season, and I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes that first quarterback off the board in super flex in 2 quarterback leagues.
All right, Nick. Nick seems like he's ready to burst there. What do you got, buddy?
I don't like this fit. I don't like Deshaun Watson. So, I mean, he is Alex Smith to me. He has a weak arm. He doesn't have really good accuracy. He can't go deep down the field, not down the field with accuracy either way. I mean, I know, Dan said that he's a winner. I mean, Ken Dorsey was a winner too, but I mean, Clemson's loaded. That's what they do. I saw Mike Williams and Deion Kane and all these receivers bailing him out a lot, actually. So, while he can run a little bit, he's not going to run that much in the NFL. You can worry about injuries. And when you look at the fit with Houston, he's not going to be able to go down the field to Fuller. He doesn't have that arm strength. And you worry about how he's going to get it to Hopkins. How is he going to fit that with him? Because, Hopkins is a really good route runner. I get that. So he's really going to have that timing down. If there's one guy I might buy on Houston right now as a sleeper, as a dynasty, sleeper, it'd be Braxton Miller, this guy that can work in the slot. When you look at Clemson, what they did, he threw a lot of guys in the slot between the hashes is where he likes to throw the football. And Miller can do that. I mean, you look at Hunter Renfrow, that's what, maybe he can do, maybe the tight end as well.
Yeah, we saw how well Artavis Scott did in that offense as well. So, I mean, you definitely saw some of that opportunity there. Matt, I'm going to pose this to you a little differently. I mean, we had 2 quarterbacks in the last 3 picks. We had Mahomes to go into Kansas City and Watson going to the Texans. Is it a fair argument that you almost want to see that flip-flopped and it'd be better for both guys?
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like I kind of agree with Nick that the fit is a little bit weird, but I do think that it is probably the best landing spot one of the rookies could have gone to. They have that stellar defense to bail them out. You've got a great receiver in DeAndre Hopkins. Fuller, I agree totally with Nick that they're not going to be able to use him to his full extent. But Fedorowicz, man, I think that he is a big benefactor here. Like Nick said, he excels at those short passes. That's him, and he can throw the deep ball, to some extent, but it's going to float out there and really get their timing down. That relationship is going to suffer. But I really like adding Fedorowicz now, and no matter what you say about this fit, I don't think you can say it hurts DeAndre Hopkins. I think that he's going to benefit from this just by the fact that it's not Osweiler, but the fact that he does have a relatively talented quarterback here. So I don't know about flip-flopping them. I guess so. But, Houston would have had to move up, much, much higher to get that guy. So, I like the fit better than Nick, but I can see why he's concerned.
I'm going to go to you here, Dan, but I want to pose you a question before I pass you the baton, which is thinking about Watson and thinking about that offense. Do you think that Savage is the guy to start week 1, or do you think that Watson, I mean, most people think that he's probably the most polished in terms of, he has the experience and everything else, but do you think the team goes with Savage over Watson week 1?
I don't know how you can go with Savage, to be honest with you. We saw a glimpse of what he is. We don't know for sure, and that coaching staff in Houston will know. Like I said earlier, I really like the idea of quarterbacks sitting and learning. I don't know how Houston could do that right now, and I'm really surprised at Matt and Nick that they don't really like the fit. I think it's an excellent fit, and I think it helps Nuke so much. Hopkins, Watson has shown that he will readily throw that 50-50 ball up to Mike Williams throughout college. He did it, and Williams proved himself as a red zone threat. And Williams is not as good a red zone threat as Hopkins is. So I think it absolutely helps Nuke and gives him the potential to be a double-digit touchdown guy immediately once again. Not only the tons and tons of targets, but on top of it, quality targets in the red zone. And as I'm saying this, I'm actually seeing an excellent question from Tim McIntosh, who says pretty much what I just said. Does the willingness he's shown to throw up 50-50 balls to Mike Williams translate to a positive for Nuke? And I say absolutely. What do you guys think?
I guess I'll start. Nick can be the last one to go because I feel like he's just gonna crap all over.
Yeah, we
question.
know his
yeah.
answer.
I mean, Nick and I talked about this on Film Metrics. I think we both agreed that it's a concern because those passes, those 50-50 balls he throws up, they don't feel like 50-50 balls. It takes a heck of a receiver, and I know Nuke is that. I just don't know if the team is going to give him the same amount of leeway that Clemson gave him to kind of do those type of things. And let's be honest, I mean, they have two guys who can stretch the field and a quarterback who can't do it. I know he had above average ability on deep throws in terms of a completion rate at Clemson, but I think a lot of that was on his receivers and that the skill level that they had relative to the corners they played against. So I'm a little concerned about that, but I do think that he's going to lock onto Hopkins. We saw that happen with Mike Williams, both years that he was healthy out of those 3 years. So that part I'm not concerned about. I think he'll get the targets. I just don't know if he's going to get consistent deep options there. But I'll let Matt answer next before I let Nick go.
Sorry, what was the question?
The question is around what do you think about is the willingness that Deshaun Watson has to throw those 50-50 balls up, like he did to Mike Williams, does that benefit a guy like DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah, I absolutely think it does because Nuke's catch radius is incredible, and I think he's exactly the kind of player that Watson needs. Watson isn't a guy that has pinpoint accuracy. He has kind of like, in that general area, a zip code accuracy, whatever you want to call it, So I think that Hopkins is really one of those guys that can go and get that ball for him. But I think you made a really good point there, George, in saying that, is Bill O'Brien, who's kind of a stickler for things, is he really going to let Watson improvise and do what Watson does best? So, that's an issue, but I think in terms of how him and Nuke are going to get along, I think it's great for Nuke because he's exactly the kind of receiver that Deshaun Watson needs, I believe.
Go ahead, Nick.
Rain on our parade.
There's just a few
Haterade.
things. I mean, it's a few things. One is when you look at Watson, is Watson going to be an elite NFL quarterback? And to me, the answer is no. Already, it's a no. So you want your stud wide receiver Hopkins to have the best quarterback he can get. Them taking Watson here means they're not going to take a quarterback next year or in future years. So you're going to have a limited quarterback. That's what it's going to be. So, it's Andy Dalton / Alex Smith type of a guy. And then when we look at what Bill O'Brien did with the offense last year, he didn't feed Hopkins 192 times. That's the year that we're hanging on to, that he can be that guy. 192 targets is hard to repeat. We just said it'd be tough for a rookie to get 120. 192 is a ton. Last year he had 151. Okay. So is he better than the quarterbacks they had last year? Sure. But, is he going to increase his numbers to 85 receptions and 1,000 and 6 or 7. I mean, is that going to be a first-round dynasty wide receiver year in and year out? That's what we have to think on. That's why I don't like the pick. I don't think he's that much better than everything that they've had to make him a great option. Alex Smith doesn't feed them that well. Dalton does, but I think A.J. Green's simply a really good wide receiver. So, I don't know. I just don't like it as an elite option for Hopkins long-term.
Well, I don't like your answer to this question, short or long term, Nick. So it doesn't really matter. But I want to announce the next pick. So the Cardinals pick 13th. They got Hassan Reddick from Temple, the linebacker. And I want to bounce it over to Bill, our resident Cardinals fan. And Reddick seems like an interesting prospect. Correct me if I'm wrong. He played all three levels at different points in his career. So he has some versatility there. I don't know. What were your thoughts on that pick, and what do you see him from an IDP perspective?
I think this is actually great from both an NFL standpoint and IDP standpoint. He has the size to kind of play all over the place. He's got great ball skills, above average agility. He's strong. he's a good kind of Swiss Army knife. So I think that he really fits what we need in that versatility, because they like to move pieces around. They move their DBs around all the place. Buchanan's kind of a little undersized. He's kind of like having a second Buchanan on the field. I mean, he's which they, by the way, they just exercised Buchanan's option as well. So I really like this. I think that this strengthens them in the middle quite a bit, and I'm glad they didn't reach for Kaiser. On a side note to that, even though I lost a bet with Waz, I'm glad they didn't reach for Kaiser. Kaiser has, to me, many accuracy issues, and I think that we need a guy that can place the ball. And I'd rather take a shot on a guy in the second round if there's a guy that the Cardinals have pegged like Webb. But for a first round pick, I think Hassan Reddick is a super safe linebacker pick, and I'm very comfortable with that.
So, Bill, I really like this from an NFL standpoint. It gives them another hybrid guy that can rush off the edge. He can blitz in the middle. He can even play some coverage. He can play at the apex. He can play inside. He do a lot of different things and crazy athletic upside. But I got to ask, from an IDP stance, are you concerned that they're going to blitz this guy a lot? Is he going to play off the edge and get after the quarterback way too much for us to get reasonable tackles out of him?
I don't think so, because with the pieces that they have, I think Kamdichi and Jones are going to kind of rule the roost in that. Robert was injured last year, but I think he's gonna get plenty of snaps this year. I think it's just going to be a rotational thing, and trying to figure out. Carlos Dansby is not a long-term answer. So this year, could his snap count be very controlled this year? Absolutely. But could he, learn the system and slide into a full-time starting gig next year? Again, Carlos Dansby's 86 years old, something like that. I love Carlos Dansby, and I think he's a great plug-and-play guy, and he's good in the locker room because he's a veteran presence. But I think this is a long-term solution. I don't be expecting him to lead you to fantasy gold, in your IDP leagues, because his snap count could be very, very middling at best. But I think long-term, I think he's a good IDP asset.
No, that's a lot of great information, Bill. And I'll bounce it over to Doug here. Doug, what else do you have to add here? Kind of to what Bill was talking about. It seems like there's a lot of opportunity for him to stay on the field, but to Eric's point, how much of that is going to be additive from an IDP perspective?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. In terms of real life football, he's going to get a lot of opportunities from the IDP point. In terms of what else is going to be here in terms of linebackers, he's probably still a tier 1 guy. I would still say that he's going to be there in the mix with your Reuben Fosters, with your Zach Cunninghams, those types of guys. I would still take him kind of in that grouping there. I'd put him in that same tier, maybe at the lower end of that tier. But as compared to an overall linebacker scheme, when our linebacker rankings come out here in the next week or so, he's probably going to be a little bit further down the ranks, just because of the fact that, he's going to kick down on those pass rush downs, play with his hand in the dirt, and go chase quarterbacks.
Let me ask one quick question here, Eric. Is there something to the Cardinals and kind of liking some of this versatility? Obviously, they have the Honey Badger who has his own versatility as far as his ability to play in different spots on the field. Do you think that's something that they're starting to focus on a little bit more, or is this just kind of a coincidence more than anything?
Well, they're probably trying to focus on it. There's a lot of value to this. If you have a guy that can get after the passer, that can do things in coverage, you can stay in your base set. You can not give away as much with your defense. Your base defense can be a nickel, and your nickel can kind of be a dime, and that allows you versatility, especially to deal with this pass-happy NFL. So I think there's a lot of value in what they did from an NFL standpoint.
So, Nick, why don't you jump in here? I think you had a question for the group.
Well, as we led up to the draft, you have guys that, are rising, guys that are falling. All we heard was how high O.J. Howard was going to go. We have 3 good tight ends, as Dan pointed out. He predicted 3 in round 1. We don't have any off the board in the first 13 picks. So how long do you guys think before O.J. Howard or the first tight end goes here?
Let Dan answer first.
I would love to see one go in the next couple picks, actually. Could you imagine one, maybe not Philadelphia, who's on the clock and about to make a selection right now with Ertz already in place, but how about the Colts? That doesn't sound too bad. After that, we get Baltimore, who continues to take tight ends, so isn't maybe the greatest of picks. Washington, who has a couple of tight ends already on the roster that are solid. But after that, Tennessee, ideal landing spot for a tight end. And I know what you'll say. They already got the veteran in place there. But, he's not going to last forever. And again, like we said earlier, with the wide receivers and with Corey Davis landing there, getting more weapons for the young quarterback Mariota just seems so great. So I'd like to see a tight end come off the board here quickly. I think the obvious choice is down a little bit longer when we see the Giants on the board. They got to be there just licking their chops that O.J. Howard is still available.
Yeah, I have to think that how many people really had tight end in the top 10? I know that was kind of rumored a little bit, but I didn't think that was super realistic as much as I like Howard and Njoku and some of these other guys. I just wasn't sure that was really, a smart move anyway, just given some of the other priorities and the other key players that were in this draft. So I think this is kind of, to Dan's point, kind of the prime point in this draft, in this first round, where we're going to see some of these tight ends start to go, particularly, like Dan said, in the next probably 6 to 8 picks. I think we'll see at least one, possibly two come off the board. I don't know, Matt. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't. I am a little bit surprised that Howard hasn't gone yet. After all the talk of him being such a solid prospect, I thought he would be a good fit in Buffalo, but they traded down. They probably got a deal they couldn't refuse there. So, I think Dan mentioned Indianapolis is a landing spot for Howard. I kind of like someone like Ingram there, give them yet another receiving option there. Although I guess it's a good point that it could be Howard if he falls that far because of that offensive line is still bad. And if they do that, then, you kind of think that O.J. Howard is going to be a great fantasy option there because, he's been everybody's number one tight end for forever. But if he goes to a place like Indianapolis, I think he's going to be asked to block a lot more than maybe we expect him to.
So we had another pick here. We had the Eagles at 14 go with Derek Barnett, the defensive end from Tennessee. It was an interesting guy because he kind of jumped up and down the board over the last few weeks, much less throughout the draft process. So I'll start with Eric on this one. Number one, is he the first kind of pure defensive lineman that's gone in this draft? And number two, how do you see the fit with the Eagles?
Well, he's an edge guy, just like some of the other guys. I wouldn't say he's any different than the other guys. The big difference with him, he is not as athletic as Solomon Thomas, as Myles Garrett, as Hassan Reddick. He doesn't have that same athleticism, but he does have a trump card, but that trump card shows up on film, and it's his ability to bend, his ability to minimize that surface area of contact when he gets around the edge. Does it better than anyone. He didn't do great at the combine. He was also sick. But the one hint you can get from the combine is he had a really nice 3-cone, and that was also kind of Joey Bosa's calling card. The Eagles like to run that 9-wide system again, so I think he can do some real damage off the edge. I like this pick. They're kind of unloading. And Doug, I just want to kick this over to you quickly because you mentioned some of that line's getting older. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, he's going to infuse himself nicely into that line. They've been needing pass rush help there for a little while. Was really kind of surprised they took it here in the first round. I thought that'd be more of a second-round target for them because I know corner is another big need for them, but maybe they're thinking with corner being so deep this year that they're going to go ahead and grab that in the second round. Barnett, like you said, he's really a nice guy, good bend. For me, his calling card was his motor. This guy does not quit on plays. He will chase people all over the field and make sure that they are down or they are out of bounds. So I think he's going to be a really nice fit there for Philly.
So one last point here, and I'll push it to Bill before I give it to Dan. Bill, kind of thinking about from a strategy perspective, how do you view kind of some of these defensive ends, in particular the ones like Barnett, who are more of a pass rushing specialist as opposed to a guy who maybe plays against the run consistently?
We talked about this a little bit on the Read and React podcast about edge guys. I do not like to reach for edge guys in rookie drafts. The landscape changes Look at what's happening with Khalil Mack. Khalil Mack came out as a linebacker. A lot of guys that were heady and smart, savvy IDP guys scooped him up, thinking that maybe he'll get, put to a defensive end designation. He does, and now he's going back to linebacker. So it's a position that's a little bit weird, and there's really not a good answer out there in terms of how to categorize these guys. So from the standpoint of trying to figure out where to draft them, it's very, very difficult. And typically, there's usually 2 or 3 guys in your league that are going to reach for those, name brand guys. And once in a while it pans out, but for the most time, I would say 3 out of 4 times, they're wasting draft equity by reaching for those guys. So while I like him as a prospect, I'm not really sold on him from an IDP standpoint just yet. I'll have to sit back and watch. So he's not a guy that I'm going to go out and try hard to acquire.
No, those are all fair points, guys, and appreciate the analysis there. I'm gonna kick it over to Dan here. Dan, what do you got?
Yeah, we said earlier that we were going to give away a 3-month subscription to the best question that has come in so far, and we've had some really good ones. A couple from Blue Lantern, another that we talked about from Tim McIntosh. We got a couple more that have come in that are good, but I think the best one came from Blue Lantern, and we haven't talked about it just yet, but I want to. It's really because it's witty, but it's also intriguing. It makes you think, makes you raise an eyebrow. Nick, so congratulations to Blue Lantern. You just won 3 months of free DLF premium. But Nick, Blue Lantern asks, is Christian McCaffrey the best wide receiver in Carolina?
Wow, that's a really good question, actually.
That's why you won.
Yeah, that is. I would say, if it's 2017, we're expecting him to put up the most numbers in Carolina. I'm going to say no, but I'm going to say moving forward, yes. Because I still think Greg Olson's probably going to be the top option for 1 year as they look to how we're going to include McCaffrey and learn how to use him correctly. Because, again, there hasn't been a team that's used a pass catching back a ton, but I think they're going to learn, and get used to him, and Cam's going to get that rapport. So in 2017, no, but in 2018, I'm going to say yes.
Go ahead, Matt.
Nick, I have a question for you. If you had to rank McCaffrey strictly as a receiver, where would he rank in this class for you?
See, that's tough because he doesn't, you're projecting so many snaps, long term. I would have him, he's easily 4th. That's easy. The question is, do I have him over Ross at 3?
Better than Ingram? Are you going to throw Ingram in there?
Oh man. Why are you making this question tougher? I would rank it Davis, Ingram, Williams, McCaffrey, Ross.
Okay. I like it.
I'll weigh in a little bit. I think that's a great question. And you could easily, even if you're not talking about McCaffrey purely as a receiver, you could see a scenario where he maybe, like Nick said, probably not surpasses Olsen, but could have more receptions than Kelvin Benjamin or Devin Funchess on the year. I don't think that's a crazy thought. Does it happen? Maybe not, but he's so versatile. He's so capable in so many parts of the pass game. I just don't see how they don't utilize that, in some form or another, even though they haven't been doing that in the past couple of years. Even when they had a guy like D'Angelo Williams, they never really took advantage of his pass catching capabilities. I feel like they had to have had that in mind when they made that selection. But Dan, I don't know. You have anything else there? I don't know. Any other questions you want to pose before we get to this next selection that was just made?
No, I don't think so. We've had a few questions about the quarterbacks, and we've talked about them quite a bit, and we'll have another chance to talk about it a little bit. I think my takeaway on McCaffrey is that, and it really is a good question, is that because we're asking if he's the best wide receiver on the roster, what does that say about the rest of the team and the rest of the pass catchers there, with the exception of Olsen, of course. Man, if they could just get him some playmakers on the outside, what could Cam Newton do?
No, I think that's a good point. So the next selection, Indianapolis Colts at pick 15 in the first round. They went Malik Hooker, the safety from Ohio State. And I'm going to start with Eric on this one. So, Eric, I mean, he's not Bob Sanders, obviously. I mean, he's more of a turnover type of guy, a big play type of guy. What are your thoughts on him in terms of fitting that defense, but then also, like we've talked about, from an IDP perspective?
A lot of the guys were calling this pick before it happened over here. So, I mean, the whole team kind of had this pegged. They needed a free safety. They need somebody to hold down center field. I think this is an incredible fit, a great pick, great value, all those things. With that being said, stay away in your IDP teams. He's going to be playing center field. You don't want anything to do with this. But I think it helps Clayton Gathers. I think Clayton Gathers, if he wasn't already high on your board, he should be even higher. This is going to allow him to get in the box. It's going to allow them to run a little more cover 1, cover 3 because Hooker's safe back there. So that's how I think it changes the landscape.
Let me jump over to you there, Doug. What are your thoughts in terms of how Malik Hooker affects the offense, even because he is a guy who's made some pretty big plays? Could he be someone who shortens the field a few times and potentially gets them into some positions that they didn't have last year?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead and steal my thunder there, George. No, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to be a turnover generating machine. He's going to be back there. He's going to give them the short fields. He's going to keep them out of trouble. He's going to be able to give the ball back to the offense, maybe in critical situations. Maybe, they'll get them that extra possession that they need, that in that AFC South that's really kind of a little bit up for grabs at this point. The Texans obviously grabbing Watson kind of solidifies them and turns them really into not only a playoff contender, but maybe a title contender. Sorry, Nick, that's what I believe. But the rest of that division is really kind of up for grabs. Everybody else is kind of on that same level. Obviously, Bortles is going to turn the ball over a ton. I really like Mariota, but if he's throwing it deep downfield, there's not a ton of guys outside of Corey Davis now that really kind of stretch the field there in Tennessee. So that could give Hooker a chance to kind of generate some turnovers. Maybe that gives Indianapolis an extra win on the season, which might be enough to at least put them right there with Houston, and maybe it comes down to a tiebreaker scenario for those guys.
Let me bounce over to Bill here for a second. I'm gonna kind of pivot a bit. We had a question from Dwight Peebles, and his question was, why is Jonathan Allen falling in this draft? I guess my first question to you, just to kind of spin off that a little bit, is, do you feel like he's falling? And then secondly, thinking about kind of some of these picks coming up, where do you think he could be a fit?
I think he's falling. I mean, I think that we talked about this before about guys from Alabama, there's this thing where when you have several dynamic players around each other, sometimes it's hard to determine, is that player really good, or is just everyone around them good as well? So I think he could be suffering a little bit from that. And as far as fit, man, there's lots of teams that he could fit on. I mean, I just think that there's more pressing needs at the positions that other teams have picked. I mean, if it's one thing we've learned year in and year out at these draft analysis get-togethers, we don't know anything. All the speculation gets thrown aside, and some things come up that we projected, but no one would, think Kansas City's going to trade up and take Patrick Mahomes when they have a serviceable quarterback right now. They have other needs that could lead them to, be more competitive. So it's tough to say what these teams want to do. I think that Allen is a first-round talent. I think that whoever gets him from this point on is going to be getting, a very good value for where he's being taken.
No, I think that's good stuff, Bill, and I appreciate you being careful with your Alabama, references there, because I'll get in trouble when I go home later.
Well, not only that, but Skylar's watching too, so I don't want to alienate Skylar either.
I think that's good. That's a good idea. I'll jump it over to you, Matt, and you kind of pose this a little bit in our internal chat. You kind of mentioned, Allen and Howard are kind of guys that we've mentioned who might be falling a little bit. And, you asked if anyone else is falling. I'm going to throw it back to you. Who do you think might be falling a bit, or at the very least, like, who's somebody that you feel like should be getting taken in the next few picks?
Well, it's a tough one because, I don't really know much about the IDP side of the ball. I'm not going to lie to you guys. And it seems like all of the offensive guys we've wanted to go outside of the tight ends have already kind of gone. So A guy who I would like to see go here pretty soon is on the defensive side is, although actually I kind of hope they follow the way of the Packers, is a guy like Adoree Jackson? How do I pronounce that name? IDP guys. So he's a guy, I think he was probably like, for me, I thought he was like kind of the second best cornerback in the draft. And so it's a little bit shocking that he's still there, but hey, keep on falling, because the Packers need all the help they can get there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that I think there's been probably less cornerback activity so far, but I think most people kind of saw Lattimore a little bit of a step above most of the next group of guys, when you think about some of the other ones. But I think we're going to start to see that in the second half of this first round. I don't know, Doug, would you agree with that point? And is there any other defensive guys that maybe you're thinking should be coming up soon?
Yeah, hang on. Let me see what. So the Ravens just took Marlon Humphrey. That's a guy who is going to be coming off the board. That's not a big surprise there. In terms of, just backtracking a little bit and talking about Jonathan Allen, just to touch on him real quick. During the combine, there was a report that he had bad shoulders, that both of his shoulders had some type of issue with him. Now, supposedly he was cleared on the medical rechecks here within the last month, but that all depends upon your own medical staff as well. And if that gets past, it's kind of like the quarterback situation, where if you get past a certain group of guys that maybe you didn't clear medically, maybe you do kind of tumble. So maybe, the Bears and the Niners and the Jags, maybe they all cleared him medically, but then that next group of 5 to 20 here, maybe they didn't. So you do maybe see him take a bit of a tumble, and maybe he kind of pops back up here. But I would imagine Jonathan Allen's got to be coming off the board here pretty soon, I would be led to believe. The other guy might be that we talked about while we're talking about Alabama guys is going to be Reuben Foster, who had that diluted sample and had that run-in with the hospital official during the combine. He hasn't had his best offseason. Normally this is the time of year where you want to keep your mouth shut and your head low, and he's kind of popped up a couple of troublesome times, and that really kind of seems to be affecting his draft slot. At the start of the process, I thought that he was going to be a top 5 guy. I've pretty much had him slotted in at number 5 to Tennessee pretty much from the get-go. So for the fact for him that we're number 17 on the board and he's still not gone yet kind of speaks to maybe that some of that off the field stuff's kind of cropping its head up and maybe making maybe causing him to slide a bit.
Yeah, so let's go back to that Humphrey pick for a second. I'll go to you, Eric. I mean, I watched a good amount of Alabama. And it felt like at times he got kind of beaten up by some of these more physical receivers. I don't know. What are your thoughts there as far as, where he ended up in this draft? I mean, going to Baltimore, how does that help that team? I mean, obviously they needed a ton of cornerback help.
Yeah, they definitely needed cornerback help. Humphreys is a middling talent. I think he's a cornerback 2 in this league. He tested better than I expected, better than I saw on film. And he has a little more length than I expected too. So I think there's some tools and some things to work with there. I don't know. This is a deep class. They needed this pick. I get it, but
yeah, no, I mean, yeah, exactly. I think it was one of those cases of need, and I think it's pretty clear. Like after you got past Lattimore, there's probably 3 or 4 corners you could have argued in that CB2 spot. In this draft, whether it was him or it was and now I'm going to pronounce names wrong. Awuzie, I think it is from from Colorado, but
Awuzie.
Yeah, see, look, he's got the pronunciation down.
There you go.
So, Bill, would you have gone Humphrey in that spot if you were looking cornerback, or is there someone else you would have preferred?
This corner back depth is crazy. Like we talked about it on the Read and React pod. I talked about it on Saturday, Sunday. There's 6 or 8 guys that I think are interchangeable. It depends on what you want to go with your defense. Depends on if you need help in the slot, if you run, heavy zone coverages. But there's 6 or 8 guys that are great. I think that the thing that I like about Humphrey is his athletic traits. I think he tested out way better than I thought. 4.41 in the 40, 6.75 in the 3-cone. And he's got some good size. He's got some thickness to him, 6 foot, 197. So I think that he's kind of that prototypical big and fast guy that if he polishes up his technique a little bit, could end up being a pretty decent, man-to-man coverage corner. I think he's going to be one of those guys, though, that from an IDP standpoint, you're going to want to have him this year because I think he's going to get blown up a little bit. So there's a little kind of a funny little wrinkle in IDP where you almost don't want your corners to be very good. You want them to be good, but not great. So I think that in cornerback required leagues, he's kind of a sneaky guy that might have some value because I think he is going to get picked on a little bit.
So let me throw this out to the group here, and I guess I'll start with Matt on this one. What do you think? I mean, there's been no offensive lineman taken so far. It seems it has to be an indictment on this position, right? But there clearly are teams that need the help. Am I wrong in that?
There are, man. I guess they're just teams this year are just so enamored by the offensive skill positions, and I guess the cornerback class and the defensive class too. Because I really thought maybe the Colts would take somebody there. I don't mind though if they keep sliding down to the Packers because we could use some big help with the losses that we had in free agency there. Someone in the late part of the first round is probably going to get some deals here. I have nothing to comment on in terms of offensive line talent. So if any of you guys do, I don't know who the favorite is. I don't even know who the top guy is, honestly. So I would love to hear from one of you guys if you know any of that. Nick, you got any Devry reports on offensive linemen?
No, but I think the best offensive lineman's from Western Kentucky, where I used to coach, Forrest Lamp. I mean, he's versatile. He can play anywhere, and he's the best graded guy, I think, from PFF. So I know he has short arms, but I think that's the top guy. And who knows? I mean, in a down offensive lineman year, maybe a guy that's versatile and can play center or guard or right tackle is going to be the top guy.
I think you're wrong, as you usually are. I think it's Cam Robinson's the top guy, but that's okay.
Homer. Does Katie make you say that, George, on air? Is that what it is?
Don't upset her. Yeah, don't upset her. No, I mean, I think it's fair. Kind of what we've talked about with that cornerback after Lattimore, right? There's no clear option at that position, and so I don't think anyone's really jumping to make that next selection. They're almost kind of what we've talked about with startup drafts, right? In tiers, like they're in that tier, and everyone's waiting to get the last guy off that tier and doesn't want to be the first one to have to quote unquote overpay for it. I feel like that's the way it is. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy on that one, but let's talk a little bit here about so we got the Redskins coming up on a pick, and I feel like the offense is pretty set other than maybe running back. I'll go back to you, Nick. Could you see Dalvin Cook or one of the other running backs go right here?
See, and that's the tough part is now we're going to bring in off the field stuff. I mean, how quickly is a team going to jump on a guy with question marks off the field? It could happen. I think it's, again, just like the guys have been talking about with defensive back, you can wait and get good value at a corner in this draft. That's probably what some teams are doing right now. But if you put a Dalvin Cook or a Joe Mixon on Washington right now, fantasy teams are going to be really excited to get that guy because they're going to catch a lot and they're going to run a lot in an offense that needs that guy because there's no real stud right now in Washington, and that guy could get a lot of fantasy value. So it could happen. I just don't think it's likely.
So what you're telling me is don't sell my Rob Kelly shares tonight. Maybe wait until tomorrow or Saturday.
I'd sell them tonight still.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll get on that right away. So I'm gonna bounce back over to Dan here. Any other questions we got bouncing on the live chat right now?
We've had a few. We got a really interesting. I'm trying to scroll back now. We had a really interesting question about OJ Howard that I'm not going to be able to catch and see who asked it, but they wanted to know an ideal landing spot. And I think it's coming up right around the corner here with the Tennessee Titans. I would love to see Tennessee get another weapon for Marcus Mariota. Man, would that be interesting to see Mariota get the wide receiver, the young guy, the guy that can kind of do it all, as Nick was talking about earlier, with Davis, and then also pair him with OJ Howard. Really could be a nice fit there as a middle of the field option. So what do you guys think? Nick, do you think Howard would be a nice fit with the Tennessee Titans?
I think
or is there somebody better?
No, I think it'd be a fantastic fit because the other part of that is their running game, right? That offensive line is really coming together. And OJ Howard would help, DeMarco Murray and Derrick Henry a ton because he's such a good blocker. So that's not even being stated. That this fits both ways much better than an Ingram would fit or an Njoku would fit. So I think it would be fantastic because then Howard and Davis can help each other too. So I think it helps out all around.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine there's a scenario where he falls past, let's say, the New York Giants. I feel like that's the last of that. And I could see Denver going that way as well. And you could maybe even argue Miami to an extent, but I'm going to say probably not. But, Denver definitely needs the help, but I just don't trust the quarterback situation enough there where I think the value is there for a guy like OJ Howard. I don't know, Matt. I'll give you the last word on that before we cover our next pick.
Yeah, Nick and I finally agree on something. I would absolutely love Howard there. I think everything Nick said is right, and it gets another weapon, helps out that power running game with both DeMarco Murray and Derrick Henry coming on. So I feel if they get Howard, they can really do whatever they want to do on offense. They can be a power running team. They can be a passing offense. So many needs for that entire unit.
So the next pick happened, 117 at the 17th pick in the first round. The Redskins win Jonathan Allen, and I think we had a few of the IDP guys kind of thinking that would be the way. So I'm going to start with you, Eric, on this one. What do you think of the fit? Number one, that's always the first question, and then the second question always is, what do you think his relevance is in IDP leagues?
Yeah, this is a reasonable fit. It's an obvious replacement for my dude, Chris Swaggy Baker. The real trick here is they're listed as a 3-4 on paper. So that means everyone's going to call him a 5-tech. He's going to get defensive end eligibility, which is going to hurt in defensive tackle premium and defensive tackle required. I'd expect Malik Daniels kind of numbers in year one, 8 sacks, 40 tackles, something like that. I mean, not bad numbers, great defensive tackle numbers, borderline startable defensive end numbers. That's the real concern here, and that's where this hurts a little bit. I think in that front, he's actually going to line up more like a 3-tech, especially on nickel downs.
So yeah, I was going to say, and I'll follow up with Doug on this. How do you think his versatility plays into an offense defense like Washington's?
I think it helps a lot. I thought him as more of a one gapper myself. I think it helps in here, but Doug, you want to chime in on that, man?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be that's actually one of his strengths, is the fact that you can pretty much move him kind of up and down the line. He's got enough size, personally, for me, that I think that he can play. You can kick him inside in one of those NASCAR packages like what Seattle runs, with maybe 4 pass rushers up front, and then on the early downs you can slide him back out to the outside where he can push the pocket from the outside. So yeah, I agree, you see that he's going to give them some nice versatility. Probably not a ton of numbers, especially early on, but I think but he's a nice selection for the Redskins in real life football. That's exactly the kind of guy that they were looking for.
Yeah, let me switch over to you, Bill, and Doug kind of touched on this a little bit. How do you think Allen's presence impacts the rest of that defense, both in terms of individuals? Do you see any individuals who benefit, but also as a team defense?
I'm not a big fan of Washington defensively front to back. I think that their front is meh, their linebackers are meh, and I'm probably the biggest Sua Cravens hater on the planet, although I'm glad he switched to safety. This doesn't excite me. I think he's a quality prospect, and I think he's going to improve that defense. I'm not sure what he can bring to the table in terms of IDP. I think that both EC and Doug hit it on the head. He's versatile. He can do a lot of things, but I just don't see, statistically stylistically, the system that they run doesn't really lend to great stats out of that position. So there's not a lot to get excited about from a IDP standpoint.
Yeah, let me ask you one last question here, Bill, before we jump on the next pick, and that's and Eric kind of talked about this a little bit, thinking about the designation with defensive tackle versus defensive end. If he does get that defensive tackle designation, do you feel like that value for him goes up? I assume it does, but I mean, how much more relevant does he become for you?
Yeah, he becomes a guy that I'm not that interested in at defensive end, all of a sudden to a guy that I'm probably looking to stash as a defensive tackle in defensive tackle required leagues. So it's really hard to hit on defensive tackles in defensive tackle leagues. required leagues, it's hard to hit on those top-notch guys. So I kind of like to stash one or two guys that get drafted that look like they're going to get that designation, but they play on the end quite a bit. So if he were to get that designation, I'd be way more interested.
No, that's a fair point. And the next pick was the 18th pick. It was Adoree Jackson or Adorkey Jackson from USC, the cornerback. Let's talk for a second here, and we've covered kind of the idea of cornerbacks and their limited relevance within IDP leagues, but I'll go to you, Doug. What do you think of him as a player? What do you think of him as a fit on this defense? And did the Buccaneers need a guy like him?
Yeah, actually a little bit. He's a bit of a raw prospect for me. I would say that he's a guy that's going to take some work. He's not going to be not like Lattimore, who's going to be day one, shut down one side of the field. He's going to have some speed, but he's going to get burned a lot too. If you play that team defense nasty thing that people like to play, which I don't understand why, but they do. If you do play that, and your team defense gets the defensive touchdowns or the special teams touchdowns, he's a guy who can get you some kick return and punt return points as well, because he's an excellent special teams player. He's one of those guys. He's got some versatility. He played some offense for USC. I don't see him doing a lot of that for Tennessee here, but I think defensively he's a nice piece, but he's not going to be somebody he's not going to win you a league, and he's certainly going to take a couple of years on the NFL side to kind of grow into what he can become.
Yeah, and I'll bounce this over to you, Eric. I mean, it's clear that Jackson is a pretty solid athlete, considering how much USC kind of utilized him in different parts of the field. I mean, do you think he translates well to the NFL?
I think that's yet to be seen. We see that a lot with corners. Some guys that we expect to be good don't end up being good, and sometimes they take 2.5 years to end up hit their potential, like Josh Norman. It's such a mixed bag, and to be honest, I don't spend a lot of time on the position.
No, that's fair. I don't spend a lot of time on that position either, but that's because I don't play IDP. So there you go. So we have something in common. See, the IDP guys and I have something in common. That's good. But let's. I'm going to go back to Dan here. Dan, you have any other questions you want to throw our way?
Yeah, a really good one from Ben Riley. The cliff notes of his question was that everyone, or almost everyone, thought Fournette was going to be going to the Jags, which happened, and he was the number one rookie pick before he landed with Jacksonville. Meanwhile, Delvin Cook was seen as the number 2 pick. Is there anywhere Cook could go to bump him to the 101 in rookie drafts at this point? Boy, it's a really interesting question. Really good one.
I feel like the obvious answer is Oakland, right? I feel like that's where that could be the most likely, just given the fact that they have such a good offensive line. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that popped into my head, but the Marshawn Lynch thing kind of scares me off there. Some people would probably say Green Bay, but I don't trust that coaching staff to feed a running back, and I don't believe they'll take one in the first round either. I don't know if there's an ideal landing spot for him to instantly be in the conversation for the 101. What about you, Matt?
I mean, I don't know about 101, but I think if he goes here to the Buccaneers, I don't think he is. But if he goes here, it seems like it makes a lot of sense. They have a big hole at running back. We don't know what's going on with Doug Martin. Is he going to play for them again? Charles Sims is not going to be the guy. The other guy is Peyton Barber there, who Matt Waldman really liked last year, but he hasn't really shown that much yet. So it does seem like that's kind of like one of the final pieces of that offense. Adding D-Jax to go along with Evans. You still got Brate there at tight end. So, it really feels like adding a running back to that could complete the picture for that offense.
Yeah, back when Washington was on the clock, I thought that was a really interesting landing spot potentially and could bump his fantasy value. But when that passed, I just kind of ran out of options. Nick, do you have anything that you can weigh in to really bring some light and make Cook that number 1 rookie pick?
I don't, not with my Corey Davis love, but I mean, if we're talking about who's going to be
No, me either. For the record, me either. I can't bump him to 101 over Corey Davis. How about the first running back off the board?
Yeah. For first running back, I mean, you're talking about several fits. I mean, I think Baltimore would make sense. I mean, now we're talking even round 2. I don't care where he goes. Indianapolis still could be very enticing because we're looking at touches. That's what we're looking at. And Fournette with the Jaguars, as we talked about, we're worried about touches there. How many receptions is he going to get? So we can go back and look at many of the teams and wonder, hey, are they going to get, if he goes to the Jets, how many touches could Cook get there?
What about Philadelphia? Because they're a team that got rumored with McCaffrey, but I would argue that, they are going to leverage Dalvin Cook in the pass game just as much as I think they would have leveraged Christian McCaffrey. So that's another one. I don't think that it's out of the realm of possibility. I really don't, because I think Fournette is limited in the pass game, and that's where Dalvin Cook could make up the difference. It's just to Nick's point, he has to have the opportunity, and there are enough teams left on the board, whether it's round 1 or round 2, where he could be that guy.
How about the Giants as a potential landing spot? I know we all kind of talk about the tight end position for fantasy, and I know the coaching staff there doesn't know how to feed just one running back either. But that's just a position that depth chart looks so ugly in New York, and a guy like Cook would sure clear things up, at least from my perspective. Would it do it for you, Nick?
I don't know. That's just so tough. I mean, I just don't know. They have the offensive line right now, but again, we're looking at touches. So, no one has Dallas, as you were talking about Zeke earlier, Dan, and, Oakland's close. I don't feel the same about Lynch, as you said, this year, even if Cook were to go there. So then you just look at who is the next best offensive lines. And I don't know that any of them really fit there to make a huge jump up. The only one could be Green Bay. Now, I don't believe in Ty Montgomery and that whole thing. I mean, if Cook goes there and gets those receptions and gets lots of touches rushing the ball, maybe.
Well, it looks like we had another pick here, guys, and it looks like it's Tampa Bay Buccaneers going with the first tight end, got O.J. Howard. I think it's a mild surprise because Cameron Brate did a pretty good job, but I wouldn't say that most people didn't anticipate some kind of receiving option coming in the next, in the early rounds. But I'll bounce it over to you, Dan. What are your thoughts?
Oh, this is an awesome landing spot. I feel bad for Cameron Brate owners because everybody's kind of excited about him. O.J. Howard's not coming off the field. We talked about how he's such a dynamic blocker, especially in the run game, and that's something they need. He's also a very good pass blocker, but with Evans already in place and Deshaun Jackson now ending up down there to be that deep threat, man, that is an ideal landing spot. And I could see him bumping somebody in that top 6 in rookie drafts now. He's definitely the 107 for me. I love O.J. Howard if I can get him at 107.
Let me ask a follow-up here, Dan. Let's say we were just talking about kind of Dalvin Cook and running backs and everything, and Matt had brought up Tampa Bay getting a running back. But let's say Tampa Bay gets a running back now. This should help that argument of whoever that running back is to at least, build up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it actually could help whoever survives here if they don't pick a running back. I mean, there's a case to be made that they could go through a season with Martin and Sims and Rodgers and Barber, who Matt talked about, and whoever gets the lion's shares there has an opportunity to make a fantasy impact. And I know there's suspensions and there's question marks with injuries with that running back core, but there's the potential for a running back to at least be a useful RB2 there. And if it's a rookie that can, make a big splash, man, that'd be nice to see. The one thing that this also helps, not that he needs a lot more help, especially in the hype department in Dynasty, is Jameis Winston. Holy cow, he's got all the weapons now. If he can't take it to the next level, it's not because the Buccaneers didn't put the talent around him.
Yeah, let me bounce over to Matt here for a second, and who does this hurt though? Obviously, other than Brate's the obvious one, but do you think it hurts any of the receivers? Do you think it hurts running backs in the red zone? I mean, what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, Bill mentioned in chat here that it probably hurts Evans a little bit just in terms of touchdown upside. In the red zone, he might look to go to Howard a little bit more. But I agree with the take that it helps Winston tremendously. He has experience throwing to big receivers. You know, he had Evans. He has Evans at Tampa Bay. He had Kelvin Benjamin in college. You know, and not that Kelvin Benjamin is that special, but he knows how to use those really big receivers. So the combination of those two, along with Evans, along with Deshaun Jackson to take down the deep balls, I absolutely love it. Like Dan said, I feel really bad for Cameron Braid owners, but I think there is a chance here that OJ Howard could, again, like I mentioned earlier, could be blocking more than we think, and that would still leave Braid open for the receiving role at the tight end position there. So they didn't get the running back like I hoped they would, but I mean, how can you pass up a guy like OJ Howard this late? He's just so safe. My guess is that they didn't even really expect for him to be here this late, and that they wouldn't have had a shot at him. So otherwise, it could have been Dalvin Cook as the pick.
So let me give you the last word here, Nick, before we kind of talk about the next pick. But OJ Howard, Tampa Bay, any thoughts, based on what you've heard so far and your additional thoughts?
Well, I just don't know how great of a fantasy football asset OJ Howard is going to be. I mean, you're going to have Mike Evans there for your, entire career, essentially. He's going to have a good, quarterback, but you have to get targets. That's what fantasy football is about. So how many targets can he get in a season year in and year out? That's going to be the question mark. He blocks so well. Is he going to be a better NFL player than a fantasy football asset? I think that's what we have to talk about, and whether how long is Deshaun Jackson there? So I think, limited in his early career, like most tight ends, but long-term, I think that's what we have to determine, because right now it's a good NFL landing spot for fantasy wise. I'm not sure it helps him a ton with Evans there.
No, I think that's a good point. And so just to kind of cover, the 20th pick went to Denver. They ended up getting Garrett Bowles, I believe it is. I apologize if I pronounced that wrong. Offensive tackle, the first offensive lineman in the draft. And, he's kind of interesting because he's a guy who, is a heavy projection type of guy. I mean, he went to Utah, but he only had 1 year as a starter. Everyone says that he's really athletic, but he's still pretty raw. But I'll go to Dan on this one. And here's the question I'm going to pose to you. I mean, I have to think that offensive line has been a problem. They lost some guys in free agency and they've had some troubles there. I mean, I have to think that this helps that run game, which has been a little bit problematic, at least for the last year or two.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's another one of those that we saw so many predictions that they were going offensive line. Maybe not Bowles, who from the scouting reports that I watch, that I've read, and I'm no expert when it comes to offensive line talent, but from the scouting reports I've read, he's a little bit raw, and he's that athletic guy, but needs to put on a little muscle and get a little bit more powerful. To be the first offensive lineman off the board is really saying something. Denver must have really fallen in love with him. I think just the commitment to the offensive line alone helped C.J. Anderson, maybe even Devontae Booker. That offensive line has struggled, especially with run blocking. And the quarterbacks there, they need as much help as they can get as well. Picking a tackle in the first round certainly means they're going to plug him in on the offensive line and try to improve what they've had in the past.
Yeah, and I'll bounce to Matt here for a second. I mean, are you a little disappointed that – I mean, obviously offensive line was a huge need for this team, but, I mean, they needed tight end. You could argue that they could have looked at quarterback with a guy like Deshaun Kaiser. They could have looked at running back, because as much as C.J. Anderson's been a decent running back, he hasn't been great. And with Dalvin Cook on the board, they could have gone that direction. Are you a little disappointed that they didn't go a different direction than offensive line?
I don't know. I mean, if you're going to roll out Trevor Siemian or Paxton Lynch out there, you're going to need to protect them, right? And that offensive line has had question marks for a couple of seasons now. Clady took a big downturn a couple of years ago, and they dropped him finally. So I don't hate it. I don't really, like I said, I don't really know much about the offensive linemen and the talents of this draft, but obviously it's not that great since they're falling, and we've had them go, top 5 in multiple times in the last few years. So, in terms of weapons, I still like DT and Emmanuel Sanders there. He's got plenty of wide receivers. I still like C.J. Anderson. I know he's got to stay healthy. Devontae Booker was a huge disappointment, so it would be nice to get to see them get maybe a better receiving back to help out. That can also maybe serve double duty if C.J. Anderson does get hurt again. But tight end obviously is a need. They did trade for AJ Derby last year from the Patriots. We still don't really know if he's going to be anything. Hireman's nothing special. Virgil Green's nothing special. So it would have been nice. They may have been pretty upset there that Howard left the board 1 pick in front of them.
Yeah, I definitely think that I kind of mentioned that before, that Denver was a team that really could have used that. I mean, it's a lot of projects on that team at the tight end position right now. But Nick, let me pose this to you. Cody Latimer on a contract year. I mean, this is his year, right?
That wasn't in our agenda, George. I wasn't prepared for a Cody Latimer question. Come on,
don't bring up bad wounds, old wounds, man. Don't bring up old wounds.
Oh man, I mean, yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how the quarterback battle works out there. I mean, Bowles helps there. What's going to happen at running back? Is Booker still, a potential? But yeah, that team has some talent, but I guess we'll see who rises to the top.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously offensive line selections aren't the most provocative and sexy picks, but I mean, they have to be made, and Denver definitely needed it. So no doubt there. Let's go back for a second to the OJ Howard pick and everything. And I think Dan kind of brought this up, does he enter the top 6 conversation, and does he push, because let's be honest, most people who follow Dynasty know that there's been kind of an interchangeability within that top 6. And I'll start with Nick, because you didn't really weigh in on this. Do you think OJ Howard, as of right now, has entered the top 6 conversation, or would you keep him out of that based upon what you said earlier, as far as you're not sure what he brings offensively to that team?
Well, I mean, Howard's a good overall player. I just don't know that he has enough juice to take it to the top level, like those elite tight end tiers. I mean, he's probably going to be in that low end tight end 1 range right away. He's probably going to get bumped up more just because of age, but he's not super flexible. He's not Ingram. He's not that Jordan Reed kind. So he's going to have to get fed a lot of targets. And, and when you think of that, a tight end, if you're going to get in the upper echelon, you have to get north of 95, 100. I mean, I don't know how many targets he's going to need, and I don't know that he's going to see that right away. So I like I said, I just don't know that he has enough of that, like I said, like that juice, that the targets, the athletic ability.
Yeah, and that's fair. And I don't know, Matt. I mean, we 4 of those 6 guys. So Davis, Williams, McCaffrey, and Fournette went early, really early in that top 10. I mean, you could see a scenario where Mixon or Dalvin Cook maybe fall out of that top 6, or no?
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I mean, I think right now, as where we stand right now, we used to have a top 4, and then it went to a top 6, and I think now we have a really clear top 3. I think at 101, it's going to be really difficult to choose between Davis, McCaffrey, and Fournette for a lot of people here. So, I honestly don't know yet where I'm leaning. I could see myself taking any of the 3. I kind of fell in love with McCaffrey earlier in the process, but Fournette and Davis's landing spot is just as good. So. I don't know where I'm going there yet. In terms of them falling out of the first, yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I guess the question is, who are you going to put there? Is somebody going to jump up and take Donta Foreman? Is somebody going to jump up and take Juju here before we end the first round here? I don't see any of those guys jumping up there at least yet, unless they just go to the perfect landing spot.
Yeah, I would agree. And it's remained to be seen, right? We talked about a fair number of running back situations where it could easily, we talked about that question that Dan posed, and Mixon or Cook could land in any of those situations and catapult right back up, or we could see something crazy and they fall back down. So we just never know. But it looks like the next pick has kind of rolled in. Looks like it's an IDP pick here. It looks like it's Jared Davis, the linebacker from Florida. And I'm going to start with Eric on this one. Eric, what are your initial thoughts on Davis? How do you think he fits in with the team? And where do you think he fits in terms of, it seems like he's an inside linebacker, which seems to be the gold standard for some of those IDP linebacker selections, right?
Yeah, this is the sexy of the sexy, draft spots or spots for an inside linebacker to go. We were all excited here. At first it was Reuben Foster, and then we had lots of off-field questions. And then we were kind of like, well, maybe it's McMillan. They could really use a Mike. And now we see Jared Davis go here. Jared Davis is an interesting litmus test, too. He kind of, questioned his athleticism, and then he blew it up at his pro day with a 37-inch vert and some impressive numbers, more athletic than we hoped. He's a little hesitant for me, but he has a lot of upside. And to be honest, this depth chart is just a wonderland of we have Paul Warlow, Tahir Whitehead, and Bria Thurston. I mean, it's a wreck. I mean, he starts day one. He's going to get a ton of snap counts. I mean, if you need a guy to start right away, it doesn't get much better. We'll have to think about it, what his ceiling is. But this is the opportunities don't get any better than this.
Yeah, and I'll push part of that over to Bill, which is, kind of Reuben Foster was kind of seen as more of maybe the polished prospect, whereas Davis maybe wasn't seen at quite that level, but obviously other concerns has pushed him down the draft. What are your thoughts on Davis starting day one? Do you think that's realistic, or do you think you would want to see him maybe kind of slowly integrate into the defense?
No, he's starting day one. To me, this is, for those of you who don't play IDP, this is like Ezekiel Elliott landing on the Cowboys. Same type of situation. He has the opportunity to step right in. That linebacking core is mediocre at best. He's toolsy enough, as EC likes to say, to make an impact on day one. So I see him as of right now, he's the number one IDP asset, in IDP, in rookie drafts coming up right now. He's the number one asset, I think, based on situation. It's a combination of situation and ability.
I think that's fair. And I'm going to give Doug the last word here. And then we also had the selection from Miami with Charles Harris, the defensive end from Missouri. So why don't you wrap up Jared Davis's selection, but then also kind of jump into Harris with the Dolphins, Doug. I think you're muted, Doug.
Better?
Yep, you're good. Go for
okay.
it.
See, you made me mute myself. Now I can't figure out how to unmute myself. Like I was saying, Jared Davis and Charles Harris are two guys I haven't been really high on. I was especially low on Charles Harris. For me, neither one of these guys are great. The landing spot, especially for Davis, is really, really good. So he's a guy I'm going to have to do some long and hard thinking about before I actually go in and doing my rankings. In terms of Charles Harris, to me, he's just a pass rush guy. And on top of that, he would be a guy who, at least when he was playing with his hand in the ground, it'll depend on how the Dolphins decide to use him. But when he played with his hand in the ground, he would get stuck on the offensive lineman. He just seemed to just get eaten up and couldn't seem to get around them. He's supposed to have a good bend and a good burst, but I never saw that. I actually thought once they had him play in space, he actually played a little bit better. But he's not really a guy who can go laterally. He needs to go north-south. I'm not really crazy about him. Jared Davis, he's very athletic, like EC said. He can run and chase, but to me, he diagnoses very slowly. And so the number one comment that most people will make about Jared Davis is he's got this great closing speed. Well, to me, he's got great closing speed because he's always behind the play. He's always, he's always taking too long to diagnose the play, and then he's always playing catch-up. So that's why it looks like he's always making a great play, is because he's behind the beat. So I'm not really crazy about either one of these two picks. Like I said, the landing spot's really good for Jared Davis, and I'm going to have to do some soul searching before I rank him.
Yeah, and that's fair. I mean, obviously, opportunity can trump talent at times, and this may be one of those cases. But I'm going to go over to Eric here and talk to me a little bit about Harris because, kind of like what we've talked about with some of these other guys. I mean, you see a guy who ends up being more of a pass rush specialist. It seems like he's a little small to play that defensive end position, especially for a team like Miami.
Yeah, I mean, I think the story is with both of these selections is it's basically fit opportunity and fit and opportunity in the point that they're both really nice opportunities. We know now Charles Harris will be classified a defensive end. That makes him at least meaningful in IDP. If he went to a 3-4, it would be an absolute buzzkill, a Kevin Dodd situation, if you will, from last year. But we know he's a defensive end now. And Doug and I have disagreed on him a lot. I was excited about him, and then he put up this lackluster combine, and I was like, wow, I got to go back to the film. He wasn't as explosive as I thought. And then he did his pro day, and I don't know how a guy adds 5 inches on his vert at a pro day. I mean, there's certain things like 40s are measurable. You can kind of squeeze your arm a little bit on a vert, but you don't magically gain 5 inches. So I think he maybe just had a terrible combine, and he's more athletic. the nice fit here is there's going to be attention on a lot of guys. We have Cameron Wake, we have Ndamukong Suh, Jordan Phillips, a lot of other attention. So I think they're going to get him on the edge. He's not going to see double teams. He's going to be able to use his ability and speed to get out on a 9-tech and do some things there. So I kind of like this fit. I'm not going to reach for him in IDP drafts, but he's definitely a name to keep in mind.
No, that's good stuff, and I want to remind everyone, please continue to ask questions on the YouTube live chat, and I'm going to go to Dan here in a second to kind of see, and obviously, we represent a lot of the podcasts on DLF. Definitely check those out as well. We're also doing the live blog on Dynasty League Football, so continue to look at that as well. Not just tonight, but also tomorrow and Saturday as well. So we're constantly kind of covering everything. But I'll hold off on questions for a minute. I'll go over to Bill and give me your thoughts on Harris with Miami. Do you think that's a good fit, number one? And number two, defensive end's kind of interesting at this point. It seems like a lot of the top guys have gone off the board, and it feels like maybe there's a little bit more uncertainty around who's going to be kind of that next guy. Is it more about fit at this point as opposed to someone standing out?
The only thing I like about this is the opportunity that EC had presented. It is opportunity, is a defined position. I feel as though he's not great at anything. He's good at everything, but not great at anything. So it's kind of feels like, here's a defensive end, so let's take him kind of thing. Like, I don't know. I think his hands are average at best. And as EC has pointed out a couple times, that hands, it starts with the hands. You have to be able to control the point of attack with your hands. You have to be able to get by people. You have to have, nuance in your moves at the NFL level. And I just don't see that in him. I don't see that. I don't see him as a guy with nuanced moves. I don't see him as a guy with good hands. And I don't think he's I'm not that excited about it.
Yeah, it seems like opportunity seems to be the theme of that pick with the Dolphins, which, like we've kind of talked about with some of these offensive players, it can be the same thing. I know that a guy like John Ross, for example, was a top 10 pick, but is the opportunity there? I mean, we definitely have seen both ends of that spectrum so far early in the draft, but it seems like the Giants are going to get picking here in a minute. But I'm going to touch on the Dolphins offense here for a second. I'm going to go to Dan. I'm curious to see, Dan, obviously they went defensive on this pick, the Dolphins did. And I'm not totally surprised by that, but it seems like there's a lot of issues on this offense in terms of who are going to be the relevant guys fantasy-wise here.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions, and there were a lot of people coming in that wondered aloud, like, will they try to add a playmaker on offense? Will they add an offensive lineman to help out the pass protection and that running game? Your guess is as good as mine as far as who's going to be the real, go-to guy as far as that offense is concerned. I'm not convinced Jay Ajayi is worth the dynasty equity that people have to give up to add him to their rosters. And their wide receivers have question marks surrounding them. Jarvis Landry is a nice player, and he can catch the ball out of the slot, and he can flirt with 100 catches, but he's not a great red zone guy out of the slot. And after that, you got Kenny Stills, who is he a deep guy? Can he do anything other than that? And Devontae Parker, when are you going to blossom and become the guy that we really expected you to be? Julius Thomas just arrived. Who knows what's going to happen there? So, Tannehill, they could use a real go-to guy, but if they were going to do it, I think they had to get a veteran that could kind of take over that offense, and they didn't do that. So I'm not sure if doing it through the draft is really the way to go.
Well, it looks like we had our next pick. It looks like the Giants went with Evan Ingram, the tight end. Some would argue that maybe he's more of a wide receiver prospect. I know Nick has kind of brought that up in the past where, is he a wide receiver? Is he a tight end? Obviously, landing spot's going to necessitate that designation. And I'll start with you, Nick. We've talked about him on Film Metrics, and we kind of mentioned, where does he land? What does that mean? I think the Giants are creative enough to use him properly as a pass catcher, but do you think that it's going to take some time for him to gain the relevancy necessary to be a good fantasy asset?
I do, because it's super crowded with the Giants right now. I mean, they look at what the Giants have done the last 2 years. Okay, they've already had one of the best receivers in the NFL in Odell Beckham, but then they draft Shepard, then they sign Marshall, and now they add an Ingram. So what does that mean? What are they trying to do? Eli Manning is 36 years old. They're trying to surround him with talent to try and make one more run before he's done. I think that's essentially what they're doing. And Ingram can have an instant impact on, that offense, maybe not fantasy football wise, but I think NFL wise, because I as we've had conversations, George, he'd be my second wide receiver if he was classified there. So he has tons of talent, but I don't know that he's going to get the fantasy impact year one with Marshall there. I think Marshall's there maybe 1 or 2 years, and then he's battling with Odell Beckham. So when we look at these tight end fits, they go literally to the top 2 young wide receivers in dynasty football. And it's like, how many targets are they going to get? It's kind of unfortunate that way, but I still love Ingram as a talent.
Yeah, let me pose this to you, Matt. I'm gonna turn it to you. Number one, obviously Brandon Marshall's a blocker in the sense of, he's going to get in the way of some of the things that Ingram does well, but number two, I mean, do you feel confident investing in a guy like Evan Ingram, knowing that, like Nick said, Eli Manning's kind of at the end of his career, maybe only has a couple more years left?
Yeah, this is a little bit sad for me. Ingram was my favorite tight end for fantasy going into the draft here. And like you said, it's just so crowded there. I think I'm still probably going to take him in the late first if I have an opportunity to do so, depending on other landing spots as we go through the draft. But the upside of this is that we all know that tight ends take multiple years to develop. Now, I did think that Ingram was probably going to be the most fantasy relevant for this season, and that might not be the case anymore. But it does allow him to kind of develop a little bit more. And then once Brandon Marshall moves on, then I think he can really fill a role there for sure. I do think that this is another, not a nail in the coffin, so to speak, but another slight to Sterling Shepard there. He had an okay season. The touchdowns were nice, certainly for fantasy, but you have to think that this hurts him a little bit more because he plays that middle of the field really well. Brandon Marshall plays the middle of the field really well, and now you have Evan Ingram there too. And all those guys can kind of play on the outside a little bit too. So, I think Ben McAdoo, who has been a pretty creative play caller, will be able to use him effectively, like you said, George. So I just think it's a way better NFL move than a fantasy move right now.
Yeah, Matt, I agree with you completely, and agree with what Nick said as well. I think this is going to be one of those hot topic issues. A lot of people are going to be all over the place with Ingram because he has that upside that you were talking about, but the landing spot is a little bit of a question mark. We've had a couple really nice comments on the YouTube chat. Dwight Peebles, he commented that he will be a top 10 tight end this year. That's a big number. That's hard for a rookie tight end to reach anyway. He certainly has the upside to put up some big numbers, but with the other targets in New York that we were talking about earlier, it's just hard to see him making that immediate impact. Blue Lantern, who won our 3-month subscription earlier in this episode or earlier in the show, he says it's a great pick, but another legit red zone threat to dent into OBJ's touchdown upside, in his opinion. That's a really unique thought. What do you think of that, Matt? Does this help OBJ or does it hurt Beckham?
I mean, there's only so many targets, right? You still have to think OBJ is going to get his. It does help him in terms of giving yet another weapon that they're not going to be able to just sit and bracket OBJ all day, So it helps in regards to that for sure. But I mean, I don't know if it changes anything for you guys. It certainly doesn't for me. He's still the number one overall asset. And with, Evans potentially taking a hit there in the touchdown department too with O.J. Howard coming on board, I still think they're neck and neck. I don't think one is pulling that far ahead of each other. But my question here is, we're talking about all these, how crowded it is in New York with the addition of Ingram there. But what do you think in terms of him versus Howard now? Like, I feel like I want to put Howard ahead of him now in terms of rookie drafts, but at the same time, I mean, it's not quite as crowded there, but it is still, pretty crowded there. So there in Tampa Bay. So I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I still probably have OJ Howard ahead of Ingram. I had him slightly ahead beforehand. I don't think that's going to change very much. Because as much as Ingram has the competition from the wide receiver position, I think we're going to see OJ Howard having that both from Brait as well as the wide receiver position. So I still have OJ Howard slightly ahead, but I could see the argument either way, honestly. I don't know, Nick, what do you think?
I have, well, that's now that we look at it this way, Winston's a better option than Eli moving forward, right? And, Shepard is a better option than, I guess Deshaun long term. So I guess that put him closer to equal for me. I had Ingram head and shoulders. I put him closer to equal now, just because I really like Ingram's receiving talent way more than Howard's. So let me ask you guys this question: where would Njoku have to go to jump over these guys, where he would get this great opportunity?
Yeah, I don't know if he can. I'm starting to get worried. We heard about the Buffalo Bills as they were targeting a tight end. If he ends up there, is that good for his value? I really liked the idea of Njoku potentially going to the Giants for the same reasons that we've talked about with Ingram. But as far as finding that right landing spot, there are so many teams that are in need of a tight end that don't have the quarterback to go along with them, don't have the offense to go along with it, that I'm a little bit scared, and I could see him coming off the board before this first round ends. Potentially, what if Cleveland takes him right now? Geez, there's a lot of question marks surrounding him. There's been talk about potentially taking a tight end there. So, I'm a little uneasy, and I can't find that team that I say that's where he needs to go. That's the quarterback he needs to go play with the exception of Indianapolis. If he could play with Luck again, get another tight end there, maybe you could get excited about that. But man, George, can you think of a great landing spot for Njoku?
Well, I'll pose one out there, and I don't know if it's great, but it's a landing spot. What if he goes to the Steelers? What if they say Ladarius Green is not healthy, and he goes to the Steelers? I mean, I know that they have options out there, but I mean, this is a pretty heavy pass offense. Maybe he's no better than the fourth option, but that might still be worth more than some of these other guys.
Yeah, and I really like the tight end, whoever's playing tight end with Big Ben and with Antonio Brown on the field. That's an interesting spot, but I'm not convinced that Green is just going to go to the wayside. He's still going to be an athletic pass catcher if he's healthy. I really, really, really like Ladarius Green as kind of a cheap buy. He reminds me a little bit of Jared Cook a year ago, his value when he landed in Green Bay, and everybody said, wow, look what he might be able to do. And when he was healthy, he kind of did that. So that's what it kind of reminds me of in Pittsburgh right now with Green. So I don't really it crossed my mind, but I'm not really convinced that that's a great place. The Bills are coming up, the Browns. If he goes into the second round, there's a whole bunch of teams right at the top of the second round that pose some big question marks. I'm like I said, I'm leery. How about you, Matt?
I think we need to stop with the Ladarius Green thing. How many seasons are we going to keep?
Never mind. I don't want to
as an upside tight end. How many years are we going to keep drafting him as an upside tight end? I mean, honestly, he hasn't worked out. He's not. They released a tweet today or a news story today or the other day that they are not counting on Ladarius Green in their plans. I know it's coach speak time of season and all, but I don't know. I'm done with Ladarius Green. If you want to take him in like the last round of a draft, if he's still there for some reason, sure. But I'm not getting back on that train.
Well, I mean, staying in that same realm of a guy we keep waiting to break out. What if Njoku goes to the Saints? We keep waiting for Fleener to finally hit. I mean, that's a landing spot. The Jets would even be a landing spot. Tennessee in round 2. I mean, I think there's a lot of spots, but it ultimately comes down to this for me. I don't trust Njoku more than Howard or Ingram, not even close. And the other thing is that and we talked about the other weapons in those offenses. The one thing that neither of those offenses have are a good running back. So they're going to be throwing a lot anyway. So maybe it makes a moot point. Maybe they are going to be good options. I've come full circle. I like both of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so many teams that could use the tight end. It's just a question of, do any of them actually help and push him ahead of either of those guys? I think that's kind of where you're going with it, Nick.
I don't.
But Matt, go ahead.
I don't think we can push him ahead of him. I still think no matter where he lands, he's still the most raw of the three, and we're still going to have to wait on him no matter where he goes, unless for some reason he goes somewhere with absolutely nothing at tight end. Somebody threw out San Francisco, I guess, but they have some guys there. I just don't think he's going to be a fantasy asset for at least 1 year and probably 2.
So, Matt, where does he kind of fall in rookie drafts? You've been kind of on the record saying you like these tight ends, and maybe you were leaning towards the other two quite a bit more. But at this point, we don't know his landing spot. We know the other two's landing spot. Where does he fall into that rookie draft? Are you considering him if he lands in a nice place at the end of the first round, or are you kind of waiting on that, and of course you're waiting on that landing spot?
Yeah. Going in pre-draft, I had the 3 tight ends, 7, 8, and 9. That was how I was going to draft them. I still think Njoku is still a consideration there at the end of the round, 112, 201, depending on where some guys like Godwin and Dalvin Cook and Joe Mixon still end up going. I still think I'm comfortable staying there because I just think he's good enough to wait on. But if you're not really willing to do that, and I can't really say it's a bad strategy. The same thing we've been talking about for years. Buy these young tight ends in year 2 or 3. Everybody wants to sell Ebron right now, and while I'm not an Ebron fan, it seems like we've waited on him for 3 years, and maybe he's ready to finally produce there. So I think Njoku is good enough to wait on, good enough to wait on and still take at the end of the first round there, depending on other.
Yeah, before we get, the Browns are on the clock and about to make a selection, but we had one really good comment in the chat from Jake Anderson. He said he wanted Ingram with the Saints at 32, but the Giants is not a bad spot. Njoku potentially going 32 might be nice for his dynasty or fantasy value, but I don't know if that helps the Saints all that much. That seems like a luxury pick, but it is interesting and could be, could bring some upside playing with Drew Brees.
I don't know. They could still use another weapon there after sending Cook off. They have Michael Thomas, obviously, and Willie Snead I really like a lot for this year, but they're still lacking that third option unless we think Brandon Coleman is going to suddenly materialize and put it together. So that's still an option there, I think. But I do think that the Saints are going to stick with defense.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. The Browns just took Jabril Peppers, who, Matt, you've been talking this whole time about the Packers. I'm also a Packer fan. And, man, I was hoping Peppers would somehow get to the Packers and they'd pull the trigger on him and use him in that Charles Woodson role that the Packers used Woodson in for years there and got him that defensive MVP award. Peppers going to the Browns. IDP fellas. Bill, what do you think of Peppers landing in Cleveland?
Well, hey, hold on. I got to jump in. Are we going to talk about Conley going to Oakland? I thought he was going to go undrafted.
Oh, yeah. How about we talk about Peppers, because that's what I want to talk about, Nick.
Let's vote. We're making a vote right now.
We can do both. Bill, what do you think of the last 2 defensive picks?
Well, Peppers is intriguing because he's that tweener, role. He's kind of a Dion Buchanan type of clone, middling size, fast, quick twitch, guy that has good ball skills, good coverage skills, good form tackler. EC, alluded to the fact that he's probably going to be an in-the-box safety, which after 1 season is probably going to be reclassified as a linebacker. So, have at it for 1 year at the safety position, because if he's in the box too much, he'll just get reclassified. So, if in fact he gets a safety designation, he will be money. Like he will be, and he's going to help this team big time. We talked about this ad nauseum about the Browns' safety situation. What are they going to do? There's guys that we kind of sort of like there, but this really kind of just plugs a hole, and I think that it's a good addition to them.
Sorry, let's talk a little bit here for a second with Conley, because Conley wasn't a guy who was going to be a first-round pick, Eric. What are your thoughts? I mean, that seems like a little bit of a surprise, right?
Yeah, I mean, with the off-field stuff, I don't know how real it was, but he has all the athletic tools. He has some nice film. He's got those zone eyes that you like to see if you're trying to run more of a cover 2 scheme and some other things like that. Yeah, I see it. I want to talk about Peppers too, man. Screw Conley.
No, do that too. Do it too.
All right. So I was up and down on Peppers because I didn't love his coverage skills. He struggled unless he kind of got in a tight end's pocket. He made some bad reads. I've been up and down on Peppers. I called Peppers a running back, but this fit is outstanding. I just love this fit here because we know the Browns want to run more of a cover 1, cover 3 scheme. That's a box safety. They say they want to run it like Atlanta runs their schemes and Seattle runs their schemes and Jaguars run their schemes. So big tackle opportunities. And Bill, I got to disagree with you. I don't think he's going to be classified as a linebacker, not anytime soon. I mean, we have Kirksey down there. We have Jamie Collins. Those are your inside linebackers. I think those guys are going to hold that down in this 4-3. So I think he's going to hold the safety designation. And I need to see the rest of this draft. But right now, I think it's your DB1. I would much rather have Jabril Peppers right now than I'd rather have Jamal Adams in IDP leagues.
I think Billy just called you out, man.
Well, I'm used to that. He's usually right. So I think that we're both right. I mean, we're both right in that he is the DB1. It is a great fit. He's going to have great statistical numbers. I kind of have a little thing with the designation deal. I get a little bit on a soapbox. I don't know. There's no good solution for it right now. There's lots of different things that people have talked about in terms of trying to figure out, reclassification and who's what and when. And but yeah, we'll see how much he plays in position, out of position. I mean, Honey Badger's a great example. He's a safety, then he's a corner, now he's a safety again. It's like, it's going to depend on where he plays. Where his snap counts come from. But I would lean on the side of EC 99 times out of 100.
I generally take that advice as well. I think Eric's a good guy to just take advice from. Life, IDP, whatever it is. I think that's probably good. But Doug, any last words on the last 2 picks?
No, both of my guys here are absolutely incorrect. No, I'm kidding. No, they've covered pretty much everything. Yeah, I like Peppers as an in the box safety. Conley, I personally, when I watched his tape, I thought he was a little raw just because he was a 1-year starter. I thought that some of the more experienced wide receivers in the Big Ten could trick him a little bit. So he may still have that, which might give him a little bit of an IDP bump in terms of value-wise early on, just because he might get some additional passes coming his way.
Yeah, I think we got our next pick coming in right now, and it looks like it is and I'm going to mispronounce another name, Takaris McKinley, the defensive end from UCLA. So let's talk a little bit about him, and I'll start with Doug on this one. We'll work our way back around. What are your thoughts on him and his fit with Atlanta, and what do you think his IDP prospects look like?
Okay, first off, we'll make it easy on you. He goes by Tack, so you can. So I know you can say that.
Much easier.
All right. Secondly, a lot of guys are comparing him to Vic Beasley, who the Falcons already have. They say that he's going to have a similar type of career arc, where Beasley took that first year and a half to kind of figure out the league, but then when he came on, he was going to come on like gangbusters. So McKinley's probably biggest drawback is he's not quite flexible. There was a lot of concern that he was a guy who didn't play low enough, and everybody wanted to see at the combine whether that was just a technique thing or if that was he just truly lacked some flexibility. And unfortunately for him, it came out in the combine that he may lack a little bit of flexibility. Now, obviously, that might be something that Dan Quinn and the folks down in Atlanta can work out a little bit. I love the motor on this kid. I think he's great as a regular football player. All day long, I would want Tack McKinley on my team. In terms of IDP value, again, he's another one of those pass rusher guys, kind of like Vic Beasley. In fact, I would tell you to take him in that Vic Beasley range, probably, a rung or so lower just because he's a rookie. But kind of that same type of mindset that he's going to be, that edge pass rusher that you're rolling the dice on late in your draft, but you're probably not taking him early on. So let me kick it back to EC. Thoughts on that, bud?
Sorry,
Talking
couldn't
to
find
you,
the
Eric.
mute button
Yeah,
there.
sure.
I'm here. And I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said, so I'm probably gonna repeat what you just said. I was grabbing my food. As far as Takk McKinley, this isn't a bad fit because we know he's gonna get that DE designation, but probably like you covered, we were excited about his athletic upside, but he is not an agile guy. I mean, I don't know how this is gonna work out. I don't have a lot of high aspirations for him.
What about you, Bill? What are your thoughts on McKinley? I think you're muted, Bill. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Takk McKinley. At this point in the draft, I mean, obviously we're only 27 picks in, but to me, this has the biggest bust potential out of any of the defensive picks. I don't think his skill set translates in particular for what they're looking for. I think he's average at best in terms of his lateral agility. I don't see him. He's not half the athlete that Beasley is, in my opinion. And I just don't see this as a good pick. Like I think that, again, bust potential. This is the biggest bust potential. I mean, even now, watching the guy, I mean, this sounds terrible. I know I God bless you, your mom, you're trying to honor her, but he's acting kind of like a fool up there. I just think that the kid, I don't think he has the dedication long term. I don't think that he has the work ethic. I don't think he has a skill set. I'm not a fan.
Look, man, I'm going to slightly disagree because he's got a pretty slick tie bar going on there. So I'm all for it in that regard. But I think Nick had a take here on this one.
So, sorry, guys, I get clear my throat. It's a defensive guy. I have something to say. I haven't watched any film on him, but let's just talk about the Atlanta Falcons moving up to take him and their recent history with hits on defensive players. I mean, Deion Jones he's a little small. He played pretty well as a rookie last year, and they've continually drafted guys and hit well recently. So I think that might be something to take into consideration. What do you say, IDP guys?
So let's talk film. You want to talk film? We'll talk film on this guy. Wouldn't have if I told you all his production came on fold blocks, blown pass pro, and basically slide protections. Would that impress you?
I didn't even say that though.
What I'm saying is that a player that gets production on those type of plays is not that impressive. I think it's overblown. He is a linear athlete. He's very fast in a straight line. Yeah, they moved up to get him. That's exciting. But from a film point of view, he's limited.
Give us a comparison to like an offensive player so we know what you're talking about, Eric.
That's the last time I talk about a defensive guy. I'm out.
Yeah, like if you had to compare, a linear athlete as Takk McKinley is.
Kenny Stills.
Okay,
would be
so
an
he's a
offensive
one-trick
player.
Okay.
He's the Trent Richardson of defense.
No, he's athletic.
Bill.
So
Bill with the hot takes.
Bust.
Whoa. So he's good?
He's gonna bust. He's the biggest bust right now. The biggest bust potential right now of any player that's been picked, in my opinion.
Wow.
Well, Nick walked away because apparently he got schooled for the first time ever on film, which thank you, Eric Coleman, for that.
That was fun.
Yes, I loved every moment of that.
You do not mess with Eric Coleman on defensive film. Even I don't. If EC says something, I'm just like, yep, okay, I'm good.
Well, let's circle back on the Falcons for a second because they were a team where there were some rumors that maybe they'd look at wide receiver at the end of the first round. I'll go to you, Dan. Do you think that they're going to address that later in the draft? I mean, obviously we're getting towards the end of the first round. We're wrapping up kind of the first night here of the draft. Do you see them maybe going to wide receiver in the next couple of rounds?
Yeah, I could see it happening for sure. I don't know if there was ever any fire with the smoke that they might that the whole we're trading up was for a wide receiver. I know some people reported that. That didn't seem very likely to me. They had so many needs on the defensive side of the ball. For a really good team, that side of the ball was a pretty good big question mark. And I know Sanu filled in nicely. Taylor Gabriel had a really nice season, but they could use that second guy to complement Julio Jones. We were talking about AJ Green earlier, and what their additions could do for his longevity, for his play on the field immediately. Julio needs a little bit of help. I know he's Superman and he can do everything and that big body and he can go get it and he's fast and all the good stuff about Julio Jones. As much as Sanu and Gabriel did what they could, he could use that another option. So I'd like to see him add another wide receiver, and if nothing else, just to help Matt Ryan, who really had a nice season last year, and I'd like to see him continue down that path.
Before we get kind of the next pick coming in, which I think it will be in a moment or two, I'm going to ask Matt this question. Austin Hooper with the Falcons. I mean, I have to think that people are pretty excited about him, right? Especially knowing right now in the first round, they went with a defensive player. They still have more needs on defense. I mean, he has to be a pretty well-regarded, kind of option right now, right? Like he's probably the tight end most likely to see a big bump in value over the next 12 months.
Yeah, I think he's been a nice buy low all offseason. He's kind of a forgotten man, I think. I think in my rankings, I have him somewhere in like the tight end 15 to 16 range. But if they don't add another receiver, and look, I know Taylor Gabriel was nice last year, and I know Mohamed Sanu had a few nice games, but they don't have another great option in the middle of the field there, another big body really, other than Julio Jones. So he was kind of neck and neck for me going into the pre-draft process last year with Hunter Henry, and obviously Henry went to a great landing spot that is. For a team that has traditionally used the tight end ever since Gates has been there. So I think he's a really nice buy low. They started to use him more towards the end of the season, kind of integrate him into the offense a little bit better. So I think he has some nice touchdown upside, especially in that offense. If Julio can, he's never really been a huge touchdown guy. So I don't know. I like him as a buy low for sure.
Well, it looks like the Packers and the Browns made a trade. It looks like the Packers moved back to the first pick of the second round. It looks like Cleveland moved up to the 29th pick in the first round. So we'll kind of get more details on that as it kind of emerges. But, it sounds like Matt Price and Dan Myler here are just devastated that they're not going to be able to wax poetic about a Packers pick in the first day. So
no.
So basically,
I'm not devastated, George. We're so used to it. This is typical Packers draft night, typical Ted, trade down. That's fine. Collect extra picks, try to get extra lottery tickets, and that it's just fine. And to be honest, with Ted's first round picks, he's bombed a few times, and he's done really well in the second round. So you might as well give him the first pick in the second round and see what he can do with that. I was really excited about some of these players that have kind of slipped through the cracks here. Cook is one guy we've talked about, Delvin Cook. I know there's some question marks, but and Ted taking a running back in the first round isn't necessarily something we should get used to seeing or have been used to seeing for sure. But other guys, Reuben Foster, who we talked about, Packers have an immediate need at the inside linebacker spot. I really like Malik McDowell from Michigan State. That fit in Green Bay would look pretty good. I could see that happening. Staying in state with Ryan Ramczyk, offensive tackle help would be good in Green Bay. I'd also like to see Forrest Lamp, who, the Packers have an immediate need at guard, and he's Nick's guy. So another in-state guy, TJ Watt, I wouldn't mind him going that route. So I guess if nothing else, Matt, it made the first pick of the second round really exciting, and the next 24 hours will be a lot of fun for us Packer fans.
Yeah, absolutely.
Basically, what you're trying to tell me is hope burns eternal, and you're just going to try to
okay.
Think optimistically about the first round. Yeah.
You as Bears fans, you got to know that, right? Hope burns eternal.
Well, as a Cubs fan, I did know that, but we're champions now, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, all right.
So let's touch on the next pick here. It looks like Tre'Davious White from LSU, the cornerback, went to the Buffalo Bills as the 27th pick in the first round. And before I get to the IDP guys here, I want to touch with Nick here for a second. Are you a little surprised that they didn't go wide receiver?
I am, because I think that they need to surround Tyrod or whomever is going to be there for the near future. And with all the reports that Sammy Watkins, they might not bring him back or exercise that 5th year. With all the injuries that he's had, who else do they have? They lost Robert Woods. I know he's not great, but they really don't have anything else there. Nothing great at tight end. I don't consider who they have there now is that great anyway. So Shady's getting up there in age. They lost Gillisley. I mean, what do they have there in Buffalo? They need weapons. So I understand, you lost Gilmore, so you need to get a corner there, but my goodness, you got to score points too, right?
Yeah, I mean, but they seem to be more intent on restricting scoring of other teams. So I'm going to go to Bill on this one. Bill, what do you think of the White pick in terms of the fit with the Bills, but also your namesake team, obviously? But also, so what do you think in terms of IDP value? Do you think there's any value with White there in Buffalo?
Yeah, I think that there is value. I think that he's one of those 6 or 8 guys that I was telling you about that are interchangeable. To me, he's kind of prototypical. He's seasoned. He's a 4-year starter. He's got a nice BMI. He's thick. He's big enough. He's creeping up on 6 foot, 5'11" and a half. And as we've all talked about, being able to participate in special teams, on punt returns, kick returns, that's an added bonus. So here you got a guy that can come in, contribute on special teams, do a little bit in the return game, and be a very, very solid defensive back. So I understand what Nick is saying. I do agree they have needs there, but this type of a corner this late in the first round, I mean, in many other years he would have been a top 7-8 pick. So I think it's a very solid pick. I also think that this draft is full of wide receiver 2 types. So they easily, whoever's high on their board could easily pick a wide receiver with their next pick.
Yeah, so let me follow up here, and I'll go to Doug. What do you think in terms of Buffalo relative to kind of their draft needs? Do you think that cornerback was something they really needed? I mean, obviously talking to Nick, wide receiver and some of these other positions were something that they could have used as well.
Yeah, it is one of those things. They are one of those weird teams that they keep transitioning between 3-4 and 4-3. They can't make up their mind what they want to play. Having a guy that can shut down half the field in terms of a cornerback, that's going to help them no matter what style they play. He's going to be a guy who can just lock up on the other team's wide receiver 1 and turn him loose. So I actually thought that White was one of the more polished corners in this draft. So I really like this fit for them. I think that they can just pretty much plug him in day 1 and let him go. In terms of IDP potential, he's, all the corners are just kind of streamable guys. If you want to take an extra, throw a dart at him over somebody else because of his kick return possibilities, sure, I can see you making a case for that.
So it looks like the next pick win, it was the Cowboys. They went Taco Charlton at the 128. So what do you think of 4th meal, Taco Bell Charlton, Eric?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a weird fit for me too. I saw Taco more as a 5-tech, more of a guy that 2 gaps, which means he's heads up on the tackle when he plays either side of that gap. So as often as he's holding that tackle at guard or pushing them back in. Dallas runs more of a 4-3. And I think kind of with the aging line and kind of some busted picks like Randy Gregory, I thought they'd go towards maybe one of these speedier guys on the outside. The good news is he's definitely a defensive end. No risk of him being an outside linebacker, but I don't see a whole lot of sack production here in the future from an IDP sense.
I'll give Bill the next word here. Taco Charlton, Dallas. I mean, to Eric's point, I mean, they've missed on a few guys. I mean, between Randy Gregory, obviously he's had his problems, and then they haven't seen anything from last year's 2nd-round pick. They went a linebacker then. What are your thoughts? Do you think that this is the right move for them, or do you think they could have gone in a different direction?
I'll have to throw an asterisk and say I would have been okay with this pick had they not traded to get it. I think that it's a reach, and I would have rather had T.J. Watt. I would have rather had Bowser. There's 3 or 4 guys that I would rather have. And although Taco has some nice upside, he's a 1-year starter. There's tons of question marks as to, if he's going to be able to, transition to the NFL game. So I don't understand trading up for this guy. I think there's too many question marks, too many unanswered questions. And in particular for a team that has had many difficulties at the defensive end position, this is just a head scratcher to me. I just don't think this is a locked and loaded plug and play guy. So I hate the pick, and more so I hate the fact that they traded up to get it.
No, it's good stuff. And I'm going to throw it back to Dan here for a minute. Dan, why don't you lead us into the next thing?
Yeah, so we got a few things to talk about, actually. Earlier today, I tweeted out a link about, or a tweet, I guess, about this event that we're doing, this live draft with the DLF podcast crew. And the partners at DLF thought it was so cool that one of them said, yeah, give away a 3-month subscription. And then the other partners chimed in and said, heck, make it a year. We're going to make this a really big deal. So anybody that retweeted, I got had to be close to 100 retweets between all of them, maybe over a triple-digit tweets. And I just scrolled through all of them, and Greg Steele is our winner. I'll be tweeting you soon, Greg Steele. You want a 1-year subscription to DLF. Very cool. We also had a couple of really good questions for the group here on the YouTube chat. The first one coming from Mike McMunn, I believe it is, for Superflex or tight end premium. Are there any quarterbacks or tight ends cracking the top 3 or 4 players in rookie drafts? We talked about it a little bit. I don't think that's really possible to get up that high. I think there's the potential to get into the top 6, though, Matt. What do you think? In your Superflex leagues, are you willing to jump in on a quarterback or a tight end and tight end premium in the top 6?
Sorry, was that to me? Yeah,
yes.
I don't think so. No, I still have. Sorry, Nick was asking me to do something. I still think that they're outside of that top 3 for sure. I would definitely still take Fournette, Davis, and McCaffrey over him at this point. I don't know about Mike Williams. You know, we talked about that landing spot a little bit earlier. I think that might be borderline for me and Howard at this point. But we still have to see where Dalvin Cook and Joe Mixon go for me to solidify that, really.
How about you, Nick? What do you think? Are any of these tight ends or quarterbacks in premium scoring leagues gonna move up your draft board?
That's a tough question. I don't know that any of them landed in amazing situations to do that right now. So I think we need to see where those other 2 land, Cook and Mixon. They maybe just stayed status quo, because I don't know that anyone can jump ahead of Mixon, or, you know, right now I have Williams as my 105. I don't know that they can jump ahead of him. And then there's like Ross, like where do you put him in there? You know, is he lost value? I'm still trying to determine that. So I'd say in a super flex right now would be a no, just because I don't know how strong Trubisky's going to be.
I kind of might think that Watson could get there in some leagues, maybe 2 quarterback leagues, just because he's going to have a chance to start right away. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, Trubisky, I don't think is going to get to start right away. So, and Mahomes certainly isn't. So those 2 aren't going to be probably even in the first round conversation, honestly. So, maybe Watson, but I don't know.
So I didn't go off on a huge ledge at the beginning of the show when I said 3 tight ends were going to go in the first round, but it just happened that Browns traded up with the Packers to get that 29th pick, and they took Njoku. What do we think of that, Matt? Are you in love with this one? Is this what you were hoping for? He's still obviously probably your 3rd tight end, but are you comfortable with him late in the first round of rookie drafts? Okay, Matt doesn't want to talk about it, obviously, or maybe he's just muted. Matt,
I was muted. Sorry, of course I was muted, like everybody tonight. No, I like it. You know, there's a dearth of receiving weapons there. I know they got Coleman. I know they got Britt, depending on how you think of him. But you know, there is immediate opportunity there. Maybe he can learn from Barnage for a year. You know, get some veteran wisdom there. Maybe learn how to block a little bit better. I think Nick is on record as saying that, you know, Ingram's a better blocker than Njoku is right now, and I'd agree with that. But I do think Njoku has the ability to get there, so maybe he can pick up some of those things from them and eventually develop into that, you know, true 3-down tight end once Barnage finally moves on. So I know Seth DeValve is there too. Some people like him. I mean, I don't think that Seth DeValve can really compete, at least athletically, with with David Njoku, so the upside probably isn't there for him. So yeah, I don't hate the pick. I actually kind of like it a little bit more than Ingram's landing spot, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Honestly, I would agree that Njoku's landing spot, especially in the short term, could be more opportunity than what we see from Ingram. Although Ingram's offense is much better, but he has a lot more to compete against, and I think that's kind of the point that Matt's making there. Kind of to add on a little bit, I think Njoku's maybe not there as much in blocking compared to Ingram, but I think he has the capability to be a better blocker than Ingram is, which may help him in the long run as we kind of decide to, weigh those two different guys going into the rookie drafts. I'd be ecstatic to get him in the early second, and I think I'd be happy to get him at the very end of the first round, depending on kind of what happens over the next round or two. But just kind of based on what we're seeing right now, Dan, I think that Njoku's kind of putting himself in that late first, early second conversation. I don't think he slipped very far from maybe where he was before this draft started.
Yeah, it seems like he kind of held steady. If he just would have gotten somewhere with that quarterback that we felt really, really good about, I don't think we can say that right now. So, that's the thing that we want with those pass catchers. I think you're probably right. He fits in late in that first round. If he slips to the early second, you feel like you got a nice value there. And that might happen still. We'll see what happens with the rest of these landing spots. There are still so many really intriguing names. We haven't talked about the running backs all that much that are still on the board, especially Mixon and Cook. And then also the wide receivers. There's a lot of depth at wide receiver. Where's Juju Smith going to go? There's a whole lot of other names as well. So there's still a lot of things to be ironed out as we end this first round. But I think we're starting to see the first round of rookie drafts kind of take shape a little bit. It'll be interesting to see if somebody makes that leap over the next day or two because of a really nice landing spot. We haven't really seen that just yet.
I don't think we had Nick weigh in on this pick. I know that you've been a little bit critical of Njoku. What are your thoughts kind of on the Browns landing spot? I mean, obviously they don't have a quarterback yet, really. So is that kind of your biggest hesitation?
Well, actually, it's not because, it could get better, right? It could get worse. Who knows? I mean, Cody Kessler, we'll see what happens there. But they have a chance. What if next year they get Josh Rosen? Then all of a sudden that landing spot is one of the better ones, outside of all the tight ends this year. So it's just waiting a year, which we wanted Njoku to sit 1 year anyway. And when you look at the Browns, they have no established weapons, really. Britt, he's not going to be there long term. Coleman, people like him, but we don't know, what he is, if he's actually going to hit. So, I think we need to be patient with Njoku. He's the guy of any of them that you would trade for year 2, year 3, probably year 3, and get him much cheaper. But I think the landing spot definitely has potential because there's not a ton of talent on that team. So if they can get a Rosen or a Josh Allen next year at quarterback and pair it with him, it could be a decent situation to get a lot of targets.
Yeah, and it's not as if the draft's over. I mean, there are still guys left. Kaiser's still around, and depending on your opinion of guys like Webb and Peterman and some of these other guys, Kelly, it really just depends on what you like. But they may go another mid-round quarterback and just at least bring in another body to compete against guys like Kessler. And I'm not going to say it, Dan. I'm not going to say Osweiler. I won't say it. But there's the opportunity that they may look to that quarterback position again, just like they did last year. And Cutler technically is still out there, so maybe they go that route. I don't know, Dan. Any final thoughts there before we get to the next selection?
No, I don't think so. I think we covered it pretty well. I'm going to pretty much echo what you guys all say. I like his upside and think he has a little bit of a learning curve. I don't think he's going to be that guy that just makes that instant splash, but of the tight ends, I could see a path to him becoming the most electrifying guy. The Browns landing in Cleveland doesn't really lend an immediate path to that happening, but it certainly doesn't necessarily hurt it. There's going to be a chance for him to play at some point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point we've seen 3 tight ends get drafted. We saw Well, it's interesting that we saw 3 wide receivers go in the top 10. We haven't seen one since. I mean, do we even see another? We have 3 picks left here in the first round, and I'll go to you, Matt. Do you see another offensive skill position slipping in with Pittsburgh, with San Francisco, and New Orleans? There's a pretty good chance that somebody might get picked there.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Cook really is going to fall out of the first round here, which is pretty disappointing. What if the Steelers pick him here to back up Le'Veon? That would be really crushing, I guess, huh? But yeah, I don't think so. I think that's probably it for the first round for us.
Yeah, and not to denigrate the IDP guys, because obviously all positions matter.
We can go to bed earlier. We can go to bed a little bit earlier, right?
Yeah, exactly right. Some of us have work in the morning, but I mean, there's still a lot of guys left. I mean, Nick and I kind of mentioned some of these offensive line guys that were out there, and we really haven't seen too much picked. And it looks like T.J. Watt is the next guy going, the linebacker from Wisconsin, going to Pittsburgh. And so I guess I'll push it back to the IDP guys, and I'll start with Bill on this one. What are your first thoughts? What's your initial reaction to T.J. Watt going to Pittsburgh as he's throwing his hands up? But also, what do you think he provides from an IDP perspective?
Okay, so two things. I'm like, this is the most excited I've been the whole draft. Couple reasons. One, Pittsburgh is like linebacker U. It's like there's just tons of great production out of Pittsburgh at the linebacker position. That's number one. Number two, Watt was a riser for me. He was a guy that I, EC and I talked, Doug and I talked, that I feel like he does everything well. He's athletic. He's mobile. His 3-cone's better than half the running backs out there. He's fast. He's a great character guy. He's a gym rat. He has an NFL, pedigree. I mean, there's nothing to dislike about this guy. There's nothing to dislike about this pick. IDP asset-wise, I mean, gosh, he's probably going to play outside, so he's not going to have as much value. So, it's hard to get super excited in terms of, a super high ceiling, but I think it's a great fit for the Steelers. I think it's a great pick. I love it. I really absolutely love it.
Doug, I'm going to pose this to you. His grit factor is like off the charts, right? I mean, the Watt brothers, 110% grit all the time. What are your thoughts on Watt going to Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I really like that for them. He's probably going to end up being the guy to replace James Harrison when that robot finally breaks down. They'll play him on the outside with Shazier, give them a nice combination, be able to penetrate through the line, be able to get to the quarterback kind of coming at him from both sides there. So I really like that move. I actually think he's going to be a little bit more than just a pass rush guy. That's kind of what I saw on tape. But at the combine, he does a really nice job of not only moving laterally, but also dropping back in coverage, which probably was something that Wisconsin didn't ask him to do a lot of. So I actually think that he's going to be kind of a nice fit, maybe a little bit better than people give him credit for. I think the Steelers might have got themselves a bit of a value here.
Well, let me pose this to you, Eric, because Doug mentioned that he might be the guy to replace James Harrison, but let's be honest, can TJ Watt win arm wrestling competitions? Number one, and number two, like Bill kind of mentioned, it's linebacker U. They seem to have a great success with putting these linebackers in place. Do you feel like TJ Watt's that next guy, or do you feel like he could maybe struggle a little bit initially?
I think he'll be a little slow to develop. Most of the linebackers that come to Pittsburgh are a little slow to develop, but he has the athletic upside. He matches. He actually looks a lot like Lawrence Timmons when Timmons came out. They're really not far off from each other of, kind of size, speed, agility, those type of things. So I like the upside for IDP. I just don't know. I assume he plays outside. I just don't know how that's going to work out. And he's probably behind really James Harrison to start, maybe rotates a little bit with Bud Dupree. If Vince Williams just doesn't play well, he could play some inside. I mean, in college, he played a little more like a linebacker than he did at end, often back on his heels, kind of stacking blocks, shedding a little bit, opposed to pass, move, penetrate. So,
Well, I know our resident Big Ten expert, Dan Myler, wanted to talk about the TJ Watt pick, so I'm going to let him kind of take the floor.
I'm a little bit brokenhearted because he lasted to the Packers pick and the Packers didn't get him. And I thought he would have been an ideal selection for the Packers as well. But I'm in love with him landing in Pittsburgh for all the reasons that the IDP crew is talking about. It's just a perfect fit for a pass rusher on the edge who can extend his arms and get off of blocks and help out in the running game. And that's what TJ Watt does. Another thing that he is so good at is he is so good with his hands in the passing game. He gets a hand in the air and can knock down passes as well as anybody. And, I guess maybe he took that from his brother's game. Everybody kind of talks about the J.J. Watt comparison. I actually think he's got a little bit of Clay Matthews, early Clay Matthews, coming out of USC Clay Matthews. He can bend on the edge and get pressure on the quarterback, but he also gets into passing lanes well and can contribute in the running game and stopping that run, particularly to the inside. But just as good on the outside as well. He's a really good effort guy, a finished tackler, doesn't miss tackles, and he gives you 100% on every play. It sounds like a homer thing. I love TJ Watt, and I think he's going to be just as good a pro as he was in his last year at Wisconsin. And I think Pittsburgh got a steal. If he'd have lasted another year in Wisconsin and had the same productivity, we'd have been talking about him as a top 15 pick for sure.
No, and I'm with you there. I think the Watt family, if they didn't give 100% to every play, it would be like the Gronk family not giving 100% to drinking. So let's talk about the latest pick. It looks like the San Francisco 49ers at 31 went with Reuben Foster, the linebacker from Alabama. And I'm sure the IDP guys, they weren't sure where Foster was going to go. I think that we've had kind of all over the board where he might end up. And I'll kind of reverse the order here. I'll start with Eric. Eric, what do you think about the Foster pick? It seems like San Francisco really needed the linebacker help considering what's been going on there the last few years.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise. My hot take for the kind of this week was I thought Foster might fall out of the first round with kind of all the concerns, really the drug tests, the injuries, the concerns about the X and O's, the combine incident, all those things. I went back and watched the film. I mean, he still has really good film. He gets off blocks better than anybody in this class. He has some really nice upside. Excuse me. But we don't know what he is because we never really got his testing numbers. We don't know what his athletic upside is. But it's a nice fit in San Francisco. We know he's going to slot in beside Bowman there. But the issue is Malcolm Smith is there as well. Malcolm Smith is a journeyman, but I think there's a chance that Smith may be the nickel guy at first. So I'm hesitant about Foster. I know that most of the IDP community is enamored with him, so it probably means I'm not going to be touching him in most drafts.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Eric, and I'll bounce it over to Doug here. Kind of thinking about Foster, you think about your rookie drafts. Where does Foster land in these rookie drafts? Considering the landing spot, considering where some of these other guys have gone so far, where are you starting to look at him in terms of pulling that trigger?
Talent alone, I'm still looking at him pretty high. I'm not crazy about this landing spot, to be quite honest with you. I would push him down a little bit. I still don't think that he's going to be a tier 1 linebacker for me, a tier 1 rookie linebacker. But I think I'm going to push him a little bit more towards the bottom of that rookie tier. In fact, I think that, as much as I hate to say it, I think I'm going to have to put Jared Davis in front of him just because of opportunity and talent and those types of things. I may end up eating those words somewhere down the road, but I think at this point I'm going to have Reuben just a little bit behind.
Yeah, let me expand on that a little bit for you, Bill. Davis, Reddick, now obviously with Foster. What order would you put those three guys in? Kind of thinking about it just very quickly in terms of that initial gut reaction here, day one.
Well, the X factor for me is Malcolm Smith because he's signed through like 2020, 2021. They just signed him to a big contract. So obviously Navarro Bowman's not going anywhere. He's coming off an injury. So maybe they're hedging a little bit because, Bowman might not be 100%, but I just really, he's an inside guy. So I don't really like him outside, and I'm just not sure from an IDP asset standpoint, where he's going to fit. He's obviously the best player available at linebacker, so it's best player available, and find a spot for him. But with Smith being signed, I just don't know where he's going to play. For me, Reddick right now is probably my top guy. Man, I really like Watt's landing spot. I'm gonna have to really put some notes under my pillow and sleep on it, because I really like that landing spot. It's not going to yield production in year one, but I'm really curious to see how they deploy him and how he fits in there. Because I loved it when he said Timmons, the Timmons comp, because Timmons has been a staple at linebacker. I mean, Timmons has been, he had a solid 7-8 year run where he was a solid LB1. So I love that comp, and I think that Watt could end up being that type of guy. So it's still a little gray. I still have to sleep on it a little bit, but I think that Foster, I'm cautiously optimistic about IDP value, but I'm just not sure exactly how he's going to be deployed in year one.
So it looks like we had our last pick. It was Ryan Ramczyk, the offensive lineman from Wisconsin. He went to the Saints at the 32nd pick. Dan, our Big Ten expert, what do you got, man?
Yeah, I'm not as much of an expert. I'm certainly not an expert at anything, but I'm not as much of an expert when it comes to offensive tackle play. I will say this though, that there's a lot of people out there that want to immediately talk about the other Big Ten tackles that have been greats, and particularly some of the guys who have come out of Wisconsin. And I don't think Ramczyk necessarily fills the bill there. He's got a lot of good things going for him, and I think he went in the place where he probably should. Late first round, early second round. He's got some upside. He can help a team out for sure in the passing game as well as the running game. But he makes a couple mistakes, not getting his arms extended fast enough. He gave up a couple of sacks, one particularly to Taco Charlton last year against Michigan. And it kind of made me shake my head, because I knew everybody was talking about this guy as a number one pick, a first round pick. And I just thought to myself, a guy that is that regarded so highly shouldn't give up weak sacks like that simply because of a left arm slap from another first round pick potential guy. And I'm not a big Taco Charlton fan either. So it kind of made me scratch my head. And I know it's just one play in a career of big plays and good play at the tackle position, but I don't think he's that left tackle going to save a franchise, protect your quarterback's blind side for the next 12 years. He could potentially move to the inside or go to the other side and be a right tackle and be a quality player for a long time. But I don't know if he's a franchise left tackle necessarily, and that's why he didn't go in the top 10 picks, obviously.
No, that's fair. And I mean, he transferred over, I think it was from Wisconsin Stevens Point. So, I mean, he's not necessarily the most polished guy, in terms of facing that top competition and everything else. But the Saints do need that offensive line help. So I get why they made that pick.
And he's an immediate starter, and he probably can stay on the left side and be a useful guy and be maybe even a good player or a Pro Bowl level or Pro Bowl conversation player. But I don't think he's necessarily going to be that franchise guy. And he's athletic and he can be a starter and he can be a very good player. So I don't want to sound like I'm not a fan of him, because he is a good player. But you're right. He didn't play against that high level his entire career, although he played well in the Big Ten for those 2 years.
So let's wrap this up here. I mean, we've kind of gotten through the first round, so I'm going to ask everybody for two things. One is, what's your biggest takeaway from this first day? And then secondly, give me some kind of prediction for day two, something that you want to have. But I think, Dan, do we have one more giveaway to do before we kind of end things?
Yeah, we have the final giveaway, another 3-month subscription, and we threw the names of the most active people in our chat into a basket, and we drew one out. And I want to say congratulations to Dwight Peebles. He won the last 3-month subscription. We had a lot of really good comments and questions from the fans who have been listening. We appreciate you guys sticking with us for this entire first round. Ben, Dwight, Tim, Jake, all you other ones, great having you with us. We appreciate your input. But Dwight, hit me up at dmiler22 on Twitter, and we'll get you hooked up with those 3 months of free DLF premium.
Yeah, so let's wrap it up. Let's give everybody a chance to give one takeaway from day one. You know, whether that's a thought on some of the picks or where people are slotting, whatever you want to talk about there, something brief and quick. And then secondly, give me a quick prediction on something you anticipate in day two. And I'll start with Bill on this one. What do you think, Bill?
Well, as far as predictions for day two, I think that we're going to see a lot of second-tier wide receivers go. I think that we're going to see a lot of these guys that are great complementary players. They're going to go left and right. And as far as takeaways from the first round, I was pleased with the Cardinals not reaching for a quarterback and taking who they perceive to be the best player available. We needed help at linebacker. So Hassan Reddick, I think, is going to be a great NFL player. And I like his IDP value as well. So pretty pleased with that. So I can sleep well tonight.
All right, Nick, what do you got?
I'm just really surprised that many offensive skill position guys went in the top 10. That was the thing that I did not see happening. Maybe one, but I mean, 3 receivers up there. I mean, two running backs went there. I didn't think they're actually going to go that high. That was the thing that surprised me. And what I'm really going to look forward to is where are those 2 running backs going to go in round 2? Because they're going to go in round 2, but how high? They could go to Green Bay, the first pick, and then the next one could go shortly after.
How about you, Matt? What do you got?
Well, I guess I can't say I'm shocked because it's Cleveland, but I'm pretty shocked that the Browns did not take a quarterback here. You know, it just seems like they're going to, deal that fan base another blow, another year of not being competitive. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like what Sashi Brown and they're doing there with the money ball strategy, but at some point you need to put together a team that can compete on the field. And, they got a nice player at number 1 with Myles Garrett. It was kind of a no-brainer. But and they got the Peppers, the other guy they got. So 2 solid players there for their defense. But until you get somebody to throw the ball to Corey Coleman, I mean, why did you invest such a high pick on him last year if you're not going to get somebody to help take advantage of his talent?
All right, Eric, over to you.
I think this draft just drives home the point in IDP drafts. Landing fit and scheme fit is so critical. Jabril Peppers, who may have been a fringe talent if he was a linebacker or a big nickel, goes to a scheme where he's probably a great fit and his value just rises. We see the same thing with Jared Davis. Jared Davis was kind of on the fence, probably wasn't in most people's top 3 linebackers. We see a great fit and he jumps way up. So it's really evaluating each pick for the IDP and the scheme fit is so critical in every round of this. And you got to watch every round of this to be on top of your IDP drafts that are going to hit right away. And then I guess for tomorrow, my big takeaway is, or at least my big prediction is, I think Raekwon McMillan is going to fall in a slot that's such a good scheme fit that we're going to be talking about him in that same conversation with Jared Davis and Reuben Foster.
All right, Doug, what do you got?
Well, first I'm going to disagree with Matt that I actually think that the Cleveland Browns actually killed this draft. I love everything that they did. I'm a big believer in if you're going to be rebuilding, the quarterback should actually be the last piece that you bring in, and that's what they're going to end up doing here. So they're going to rebuild that defense, probably spend tomorrow retooling the offense, and then next year they'll bring in that quarterback. Yeah, you're going to be a little bit mediocre, but actually I think that defense and the running game might be good enough to keep you in some stuff. They're probably not going to go like 1-15 again. So I actually really like what they did. In terms of my predictions for tomorrow, I've got to talk about my boy Budda Baker out of Washington, the safety out of Washington. EC and Bill know I talk about this guy all the time. I thought he was going to go in round 1. I thought that he was a lock for Tampa Bay, maybe there to the Steelers. He's going to come off the board in round 2 tomorrow. Somebody's going to get themselves quite the steal. He's an athletic safety that can play in the box and play nickel and come up and lay a lick on you plus cover you. He's one of my favorite players in this draft.
All right, and Dan, what do you got?
I think my biggest surprise, and I love the tight ends, the 3 tight ends going. I like what that does for dynasty drafts for sure. My biggest surprise is probably the 3 wide receivers in the top 10 and their specific landing spots. I didn't see Williams landing with the Chargers. That's a really big surprise to me. Davis landing in Tennessee is just ideal. There wasn't a better landing spot for any wide receiver, in my opinion. And him paired with Mariota, I got the same googly eyes as Nick Whalen now. I love it. He's an obvious 101 for me. As far as tomorrow goes, I almost made it the whole show without saying it, but Zay Jones. I cannot wait to see where Zay Jones lands. I would love to see him or Juju Smith-Schuster land in Green Bay. That's what I would really like to see them land with Aaron Rodgers. Maybe Andrew Luck too, although they're not going that way. But I'd love to see one of those guys end up in Green Bay.
Yeah, I guess I'll close it out. And the 2 things I'll say is, one, I think I was surprised San Francisco actually did a pretty good job with the picks they had. You know, they traded down, they got some extra mid-round picks, which I think they needed. Getting Thomas and getting Foster, I mean, they need to retool that defense. So some credit there to a guy in John Lynch where nobody knew what the heck he was going to do. And then as far as tomorrow goes, I'll kind of go counter to what Bill Lattin said, which is, wide receivers definitely going to be pushing in round 2 and 3. I also think that cornerbacks are going to be more prevalent in round 2 and 3. I mean, we saw a few of them go in the first round. I think there's still a lot of those kind of second/third tier guys left, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of teams go in that direction and really go after those guys. So, it's been a fun draft so far. I think everyone could agree that, we saw a lot of surprises. We also saw some great landing spots, and I think it's just kind of the beginning in terms of where these rookie draft picks go, both in terms of IDP and offensive skill position only. So, whether it's Mixon or it's Dalvin Cook or any of these other guys, I'm not going to say Zay Jones, Dan, but but there's still a lot of good landing spots that we want to wait and see where these guys go. But just kind of wrapping this up, I appreciate everybody who tuned in tonight. I appreciate that Dan and Nick and Matt, from the DLF podcast joined us. Of course, Bill, Eric, and Doug joined us from the IDP side. Definitely listen to the Read and React podcast, the DLF podcast. Nick and I do the DLF Filmetrics podcast. Really, there's a lot of great content, and tomorrow we're gonna continue the live draft content. I think we're going to, at a minimum, give a recap towards the end of that, but we may actually cover the entire second day. So, we'll definitely send out more details about that tomorrow. But stay tuned, because the first round tends to be the sexier picks, but I'll tell you what, second, third round, and beyond are going to be the ones that are going to really define your rookie draft. So. Stay tuned and appreciate everyone hanging out with us tonight. So thanks again, guys.